The time is finally upon us. And finally, we're going to begin Heavensward, the critically acclaimed expansion known as Heavensward, which all of you keep going on about. I think from the very second that I started Final Fantasy, there were people in chat going, oh, can't wait till we get to Heavensward. Oh, you're gonna love Heavensward. So finally, probably a year later, right? Probably a whole year, I am actually starting Heavensward. Just starting Heavensward. Oh, damn, the game really starts at Heavensward. That's what everyone said. I think, honestly, I wouldn't have kept going through A Realm Reborn if chat hadn't kept reminding me how good Heavensward was going to be. Because as much as I liked the end of A Realm Reborn, definitely the beginning of Realm Reborn was a grind. And there were a lot of fetch quests and a lot of just low budget stuff going on. Like the voice work, you could tell the voice actors and actresses were really good, but it was just such terrible recordings of them. And there was a lot of go to this place, now go to this other place halfway across the world to pick up a guava fruit and then come back and then shine my shoes. I hope that it's good. If it's not good, then, you know, I'll just have to kill you. Every single one of you, I will send assassins. I don't know how it is going to be, because at the moment, where our characters are, we've just been, chucked out of society, labeled as murderers, and we're out on the road, and Lady Minfilia, I mean, those guys didn't come back out of the, the tunnels we were escaping from. We escaped the main city. We were framed as murderers. They framed us as murdering the small sultana, the delicious sultana, and then we escaped through the tunnels, and all of the original crew, as far as I know, didn't make it out. So they're alive. Otherwise they wouldn't sell the merch. They wouldn't do that to us. But we watched the very long cutscene, and yeah, Alfie realizing that he had been far too just arrogant, I guess, and had thought too much of himself and thought he could handle all of this himself, and that he was so great, forming his own company of braves, and then them turning on him was just... I'm looking forward to seeing how he develops as a character, because I know a lot of you are annoyed by Alfie and hated Alfie in Realm Reborn. I never hated him. I was just always like, oh, you cute little twat, shut up. But he was never annoying to me. But if this is the start of his character development and he's atoning for his past sins, that could be a really interesting arc for him to go through in particular. Get ready for new voices. Oh no, I don't have more than 5 voices. Yeah, I told you my man voice selection is oh master, I'm afraid I've lost the hoe. Or I'm a great knight commander of the forces. Or, Emmerich. I tried to do a husky Emmerich, because he's very sexy. We tried to do Emmerich's voice and it didn't really work out. But he's got a nice husk to it. No one can emulate Emmerich. I think you may be going in the wrong direction. This sat-nav is broken, I tell you. Drop dead she for that. The wrong quest, that is. Wait, where am I? Oh, okay. I need a new sat-nav. I've got one implanted up the unicorn's butt, but it always takes me the wrong way. Maybe there's too much in there and the signal is just getting interfered with. I'll ask the vet to take a look afterwards. Low-grade material. It's back at Haurchefat's office. Oh! Yeah, I just walked straight past it then. I was thinking, when I was looking on the map before, it said it was right next to it. So I felt a bit shortchanged having to go traveling. Oh yes, in this stream we call him Lord Haurchefant. I will hear no further arguments. He's Lord Haurchefant, that is his name. It is canon. No sound. Yeah, I need to turn the music back on because I was doing Gold Saucer. I was grinding Gold Saucer with just chill music on. So let's pop that back up. Ah, lovely. There we go. That feels better. It is I, Lord Haurchefant. I have returned. Oh, sorry. Is this the wrong office? Oh, you're having a good time with your half-naked boys right now. I will leave you to it. It says it's somewhere around here. It might be the other room. Is it this one? I don't know. I just felt like I was interrupting him, you know? I'm not seeing it on my map at all, like apart from there. It must be in here. Hello. Greetings, madam. Shall I show you inside? Indeed, I do wish to carry on with this beautiful quest. Yes. Yeah, I do think Lord Haurchefant, like, on purpose is like, oh yes, you must practice in the main keep near my desk. For reasons I cannot let you know, very top secret military stuff, but you've got to practice right here. It's dangerous outside. Yes, and you must take all of your clothes off. But your underpants. For reasons. Alfie, my boy. Hello. The time for action has come, and Alphino knows what he must do. Is this going to be a new Alfie voice? This is going to throw me. I'm expecting Sam Riegel to come out of him like this. Don't change on me, Alfie.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Hello. Well, you certainly sound younger than our last Alfie did. And appropriately posh, I have to say. As much as I love Sam Riegel's voice, I think like the face and the voice didn't quite match up ever for me. Like I love Sam, he's such a talented being, but I never quite felt right on Alfie's face. But this is interesting.
So long as we have these specious accusations hanging over us, we will struggle to achieve anything.
Yeah, he does sound kind of like an annoying prepubescent boy. I like it. Less twat, yeah, less annoying. Because I think there was quite a lot of hatred for Alfie in A Realm Reborn because he was like, I'm amazing, I'm a genius, ha ha ha. But yeah, this definitely fits him.
You must go to Ishguard, as Tataru proposed. I will return to Ul'dah and set things right.
Indeed. Ooh. Lord Haurchefant.
Pray, do not be so hasty, Master Alphino.
Lord Haurchefant.
Full well do I understand your desire to clear your names.
Indeed.
But now is not the time for drastic action. You yet have allies upon whom you can rely. There is no need to act alone.
Indeed, we have allies in Ishguard. Mayhaps we should go there, my friend Haurchefant. Ta-da-doo!
Yes. Yes, of course. Pray forgive my impatience.
He's trying to be good guy now. He knows he made some mistakes. And he's trying to atone for them. Good for you, Alfie.
I bring tidings. Count Edmond has decreed that the three of you be taken in as wards of House Fortin. Under our patronage, you shall be granted access to the city proper.
Oh, wonderful.
Pray, consider our manor your new headquarters, from which you may gather information and plan how best to proceed.
The new Waking Sands.
Needless to say, should any of your missing allies be found, as I am certain they shall, they will of course be welcome to join you there.
I just see Sophine redeeming no thirsting about party members in chat. You know, he was like, you'll be under our wing as a member of House Fortin. And I was about to say, I wouldn't mind being under Lord Haurchefant, just saying. Oh, I'll be under you anytime, Hottie. Thank you. I appreciate it. Stopping me thirsting after party members. Very responsible. Yes. If Emmerich comes in, I might have problems, though. There may be issues.
You are more than generous, my friend. On behalf of my fellows, I humbly accept your offer of hospitality.
Yeah, I like it. He does actually sound like he might be about, like, 16, 17 with that voice. You know, that kind of age. Younger, at least.
The Count is a good man and just. He will treat you with the kindness and respect that a hero and dear friend deserves.
Lovely.
To Ishguard, then. Together. There we shall carry on the Scions' legacy. There we shall begin anew.
Hear, hear! Indeed! Are we going now? I didn't pack my bag. Whoa! Is that a new quest complete theme? That was Organ coming in there. I love me some Organ. Yes, Lord Haurchefant? I must go on ahead and speak with the Count. Fear not, however, for everything has been arranged. The sentries at the Gate of Judgment have been informed of our decision. You need but state your names and they will allow you to pass. My manservant shall be waiting for you at the city gates, ready to escort you to our manor, where we shall meet again. Until then. Oh, he's going to be staying at the manor too. Are we all staying at the manor? How many rooms does this place have? I don't mind sharing. French Catholic elves. I'm ready. Take me. Yeah, I definitely didn't hate Alfie's original voice, but I just think it suits him more this one. For sure. The same with Thancred, like Thancred's voice. You know I love Thancred's voice actor. Very much. But it just felt like it didn't really fit the in-game model too well. So we also have a new Thancred, and I'm wondering what that is like, because I've also not heard that yet. Okay. The Gates of Judgment. Let me tap that into my sat-nav. I'm still new to using my sat-nav. The adjoining area. Is that where we're going? Are these... Yes. Okay. Turn right at the next bastion. You are approaching your destination. This is Ishguard. At least it should be. I hope so. Hello. Wards of House Fortemps. Yes, you may pass. Oh, that was easy. I thought he was going to monologue for like 5 lines about the noble House of Fortemps and how wonderful they are and how we must behave ourselves once we go in the gate. But apparently not. We're just going to go straight in. Oh. Oh, it's the music from the trailer again. The trailer for the expansion
and
made me
so
cry.
They came, at a friend's behest. Heroes once celebrated as saviors of Eorzea, brought low through treachery, their names blackened with royal blood.
Voiceover game strong.
With memories of the lost and dreams of redemption, with hope yet in their hearts, they came.
Just the 3 of us. Everyone else is gone. Although I didn't see them die on screen, and we operate by Game of Thrones rules in this channel. If they don't die on screen, they might be coming back. Whoa!
To Ishguard, shining city on the mount, overlooking the dominion of Kurthus. A great and proud nation, devoted to Helone, the Fury, ruled by Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishguardian Orthodox Church.
Oh my. It's very impressive.
The last bastion of the faith, her walls ever bristling with the sworn swords and spears of her 4 high houses.
House Haurchefant the First.
A land that after 1,000 years of war had forgotten what it was to be at peace. Through gates long closed, the warrior of light and her companions passed, entering at last a city whose history was written in blood. In the midst of the Dragonsong War they came, 3 weary travelers whose arrival would set in motion great change.
Who might you be?
Though none knew then how great.
From the memoirs of Count Edmond de Forton. Heavensward. This music! It's so good! I love how the singing on the wind as well. It did actually sound like someone's voice carrying on a stormy wind and kind of getting slightly distorted as it made its way towards you as well. That was a really cool touch. Whoa! The scale of these buildings is beautiful here. Plus, it's snowing, so I can imagine that it's that cold where I am right now. British summer, please no. Take me here. Oh, there's piano. I definitely didn't expect this of this kind of zone. This gentle piano. I thought it was going to be like all brave knights marches and things, but it's just a very contemplative piano. I feel like I'm going to cry. Why do I feel like I'm going to cry already? It's the music. They're just so good at manipulating your emotions through music in this game. And half of the cutscenes I wouldn't have had an emotional reaction to if it hadn't been for the track playing in the background. It just makes the moment so much cooler. But here we are. We're in Heavensward. Sarah, thank you so much for the resub, by the way. Came through during the cutscene, but 7 months of immortality. Oh no, says Sarah, I lost my streak. Look, once a wisp, always a wisp. I will gladly take that soul back. Thank you so much. Okay. It's hay fever, I swear. But also a little bit of feels. That was a very epic cutscene. House Fortom's manservant. Oh, hello. Why are all the elves so attractive? Can we please... Excuse me? How am I gonna play this expansion without constantly thirsting over elves? I am in the market, you know, for a betrothed. I have quite a worthy dowry of 100 chickens, a pig, 5 camels, and a horse. So, if any Ishguardian is worthy of my hand, let them fight over it. We'll find the right suitor. Greetings, Mistress Whisper. On behalf of House Fortoms, I bid you welcome to Ishguard. And I can definitely say that word. Definitely. All these French names are going to trip me up in this expansion, I can tell already. Forton! Forton! This is why we always called Lord Haurchefant Lord Haurchefant, because it's just easier, okay? My lord humbly requests your presence at his residence in the Pillars. If you would all come with me, I shall. Is this dynamic music? Because the music just changed as soon as we finished that dialogue. Oh my god! Okay, this place is cool. I'm moving in. The pillars. Oh my gosh, the pillars are apparently everywhere. Just gotta find my way up there. The issue with Final Fantasy is that they just make everyone extremely attractive. Exactly, it's like Dragon Age. And then I seem super thirsty on stream, but trust me, it's their fault. Remember to attune. Oh, there you go. Chat reminding me for the first time to touch the big shiny thing. I never touch the big shiny thing. I always walk past it and chat gets awfully bothered by it. Touch the popsicles. Delicious. Oh, I wonder if you can actually get like an ice mold that looks like one of the aetherites. because they would make great popsicles. Unlike Dragon Age, they don't let us romance them. Rude, to be honest. Yeah, that's one drawback. Whoa. This is so cool. Okay, I guess we go up here. Yeah, Haurchefant in the Japanese dub is apparently even more flirtatious and even more blatant. Like, in this, he's just like, you're such a good friend. And he gets kind of worried when you go missing for a while, but in the Japanese version, he's making a lot of innuendo. Like, 7 hells. The Holy See of Ishguard. So what do they think about us pagans coming in here? Whoa. I'm just gonna spend half the stream going, whoa. Look at these buildings. It feels kind of Dark Soulsy. The way the spires are, and everything is very, very just dark toned here, like grey and black and quite drab, but also beautiful in a haunting kind of way. Hello. Ooh, I like what you're wearing. Oh, pay me no mind, miss. I am merely taking my evening constitutional. I'm certainly not hoping to catch the eye of Lord Artoriel. I'm certainly not hoping to catch the eye of Lord Artoriel. Oh no. Heavens forfend if a married woman of my station were to become involved with the young lord. Why, think of the scandal. Of course not. Where is this lord you speak of? Is she talking about Haurchefant? Is that who she's talking about? Is that his real name? Like his first name or something? The Warrior of Light and her brave companions, walking the streets of Ishguard at last. What a glorious sight. I cannot tell you for how long I have waited for this day. Allow me to present to you my family home, Fortom's Manor. I should like nothing more than to show you around, but everyone is gathered to receive you. Come, my friends, introductions must be made. You're just a humble little family home, you know. Grew up in the suburbs, nothing fancy. Oh, wow.
My lord.
Oh, more
I have
voice acting.
returned with the Scions.
I hope your journey was not too taxing.
Is that Daddy? Daddy Fortom. Hello. He's got Dracula vibes going for him. And dude, I mean, the mustache is just making you look like Wario. It's not doing you any favors. Can I lop it off with my sword, please? Yeah, Tripula. He's glorious. Oh, are these the brothers? Are these the brothers? Ooh.
I, Count Edmond de Fortom, do bid you welcome. As wards of House Fortom, you shall be afforded every courtesy. My home is your home.
Their sigil is a unicorn. I'm already in. Sure.
My companions and I are deeply honored, Count Fortom.
The honor is mine, Master Alphino. Consider it an expression of our gratitude for your service to Ishguard.
I see.
Forgive me, my lord, but are you not concerned? To accept foreign guests at such a juncture, especially ones with our reputation.
Yeah, new Alfie voice is top tier. Top tier.
Do not worry yourself on my account. 'Tis true that Ishguard's first thought has ever been the war effort, hence the closing of our borders. Yet it is in troubled times most of all that men should seek allies, don't you think?
Or hostages, you know. Something we could be quite valuable to sort of offer up at the right time should they need to. We have a value to us as wanted criminals and apparently the murderers of the Sultana. I mean, everybody might be acting nice right now, but when it comes down to it, we could be used.
Granted, my decision will have raised eyebrows in the vault and in the halls of the other high houses. But so long as you continue with your altruistic endeavors, I doubt my honored peers will feel moved to voice their concerns.
Oh, we got Ashen and Ghosty and Foz asking if the aircon is on. No, I turned it off because I was like, no, I'm not doing the first part of Heavensward with the aircon blaring. We were having a debate basically when they were here about whether people would be able to hear the aircon on stream, and I was like, no, I've tested it. They'll be able to hear it. It'll be super loud. And Ghosty was like, no, it'll be fine. Put it on. But I would prefer to sweat in order to have perfect footage of the beginning as Heavensward, okay? Yes, I would. Test it now. I haven't got the hose out the window. You have to put the hose out the window and then do all the stuff. Look, okay, after we get past the first part of the story, I can try. It wasn't, but then that meant I had to have the window open and I'm loudly thirsting about Lord Haurchefant and Emmerich. Come on, does the neighborhood need to hear that? So yes, at the moment, I'm sweating it out. Exactly. Yes, they do. Well, this is true. It would spread the word of our Lord and Savior, Lord Emmerich. There may or may not be body pillows of said individuals. I mean, get your bag, Final Fantasy. Although I suspect that Square Enix aren't the ones making the body pillows. They would not engage in such debauchery. Indeed, a reputable company. Chris, welcome back as well. 17 months. Welcome to Ishguard. Oh, why, thank you. A royal welcome from yourself, Chris. Well, I guess we'll see what Daddy Four Toms thinks.
Then there is naught to fear. Though our numbers are much reduced, we are no less determined to carry on our work.
Full glad am I to hear it. But before you return to your labors, why not take a tour of the city?
Oh, that would be lovely.
You would do well, I think, to acquaint yourselves with your new surroundings. After all, you may be here for some time.
I did get a little bit lost on my way here even, so good idea. Yee! Blaring organ. I love it. And who are you, young gentlemen? They'll be whispering about you soon, if they aren't already. The mysterious guests of House Forton, or Samsaj. I'm sorry, what is his name? Emanelian? It's like Emmanuelan, but even fancier. We've got a twiddle, and Emanelian. I'm gonna have fun with these elf names, I can already tell. Well, let's go have a look then. Emmanuel is the correct dictation. Emmanuelan. Well, I got it right the first time. Though our friends in House Fortorms have been generous enough to extend us their protection, we must take care not to impose too much on their hospitality. It is only proper that we learn about our new home so that we might become more self-sufficient. Now, was she American? Because I don't know, her voice actress has changed, but I always imagine her being like, very high-pitched little falafel. It'll take a while to learn the lay of the land, but learn it we must. Then there's the markets and the taverns. We'll need to know where to shop and where to hear the small talk. She's British! Yay! Good! Now I don't have to try and do a terrible American accent. 'Twould seem a tour of the city is indeed in order. I thank you for your counsel, my lord. My companions and I shall of course do as you suggest. Very good. Then my manservant shall accompany you. He will be able to answer any questions you might have. Ah, but I grow forgetful in my dotage. There is something I must give you ere we part. Their documentation is in order, I trust? Yes, my lord. Passports? Do they have a unicorn on? I hope they do. Most of them British or Scottish. Oh god, I haven't attempted a Scottish accent for one of the characters before. Let's go. Yeah, this manservant. It's just incredibly hot in here, don't mind me. My gosh, actual passports. They're huge though, not exactly pocket-sized. Those documents identify you as wards of House Fortin. Given that our borders have remained closed for decades, many of my countrymen are unaccustomed to treating with foreigners. Should anyone happen to question your presence here, it may prove necessary to remind them that we remain under the protection of House Fortin. But let us hope it shall not come to that. Rest assured that we shall do our utmost to avoid any situation which might compel us to invoke your name. So much bowing. It's the main thing so far is just so much bowing. Astariel, Tataru, the city awaits. Multipass! It's a multipass! It gets us everywhere in Heavensward. This is true. Anytime we take it out during a cutscene now, I'm just gonna be like, multipass! Tataru's gonna be like, I got it! Multipass! Let's go! British voice actors are far superior, of course. Obviously, yes. Oh. I'm being hydrated as well. Luckily, I bought my my tankard here to Ishguard. Ghosty redeeming 1v1 me on Tales of Tribute. Wrong game, Ghosty, wrong game! I mean, technically they have a card game in this game, though. As this is your first time in our fair city, pray permit me to show you to the Hoplon. Hoplon? From whence we may gaze upon the splendor of the Holy Vault. Though all other sights pale in comparison, 'tis only meet that you see it first. I shall then show you around the jeweled crozier, where you may purchase all manner of goods and services before descending to the Foundation's Aetherite Plaza. If there are no questions... Oh, I'll follow you. Oh, you're gonna disappear. Okay. We're going up here for a good view, apparently. It is customary in Ishguard to bend at the waist. I'm guessing the ladies curtsy. Medieval style. Oh, wow. Oh, it does look like a Dark Souls building or an Elden Ring building. The Hoplon, so named for the bronze great shield borne by our nation's patron deity, is the largest plaza in Ishguard. The magnificent cathedral to the north is, of course, the Holy Vault. The vault is both Ishguard's seat of government and the residence of the Archbishop of the Ishguardian Orthodox Church. He's corrupt! He's doing devil worship! That's how the stories always go in this game. Like, there'll be some great big church that controls everything and they're corrupt and they're, like, summoning evil demons and shit. Evil demons and or dragons. You know, usually what happens, and then like the Archbishop is the one who's leading this cult and doing human sacrifice. Usually that's how it goes. If I'm right, I will be very smug, but you know, we don't even know what's going on here yet, so we'll see. Begging your pardon, the statues to the north, are they perchance Thornton's famed Knights 12? Very good, Master Alphino. They are the fathers of Ishguard, the brave knights who joined with King Thordan the First to put down Nidhogg and found his great nation. Ours is a city rich in history and tradition, and there is much you can learn by exploring the pillars, time permitting, of course. Now then, if you would follow me to the Jeweled Crozier, I shall introduce you to Mistress Elise, our master of the markets. I say. Hey, Hintari! Hi, Jessie! I know, right? Like, the outfit is somewhat lacking at the moment. You know, I know why. I know why. It's because I did the fashion event, and they wanted you to wear a certain kind of trousers. I need to switch back. There we go. Now, would my mum ask me to dress like that? Would my mum give me these fishnets to wear? I think not, Jessie. There we go. That's more like it. Yeah, I did the fashion event because you got like double rewards last week, and they wanted you to wear like hempen trousers, which was a look. So there you go. So we're going down here. Can I fly in Ishguard? No, I can't summon my mount here. I'm glad, to be honest, because I think so many games where they have mounts available in cities like this, or even flying mounts in cities like this, you lose the scale of it, and you just go up to the tallest tower and sit on it and mess around. So I like that they've sort of kept it all in scale by doing that. We didn't question the Master Road's fashion sense. I know, he just... the things he makes you wear. Terrible. I love all the bonnets people are wearing, though. What's that sound? Oh, hi. Are you one of the local Ishguardian bards? A strange bird creature. Cross between a chocobo and a falafel. Very strange. "95% of chat voted for aircon." Mine says only 49% voted for aircon. Look, I will be here until I'm roasting, and then I'll put the aircon on. Mine said 49% of people, so I don't know how it won. Elise. Oh my gosh, it's an old face in Final Fantasy? What? I've never seen, like, a woman's face model that's an older woman. But they've actually gone and done it. Everyone looks about 16. But she has, you know, a few wrinkles and, like, her face is slightly downturned. Hello. Well, you're clearly not locals or traveling peddlers, which makes you all... heroes. Disgraced heroes. Potential murderers. Ah, wards of House Fortom. How very interesting. Count Edmund has granted us leave to remain in Ishguard for as long as we wish, which may be some time. Accordingly, we will need use of sundry goods, hence our desire to make your acquaintance. That is, of course, assuming you're content to accept the custom of foreigners. Should you be uncomfortable... Young sir, we do not discriminate in matters of money. If you have coin to spend, who are we to refuse it? Whatever is your desire, it can be found in the Crozier. Our merchants will be more than happy to accommodate you, as you soon shall see. Our next destination is the Aetherite Plaza in Foundation, if everyone is ready. Aw, Tataru, so cute. See you later, lady. This is JRPG 36 is ancient. Wow! Sid is 36? How? What kind of surgery has Sid been getting? Is he a plastic surgeon on the side as well as being an engineer? What's going on? He looks like he's in a K-pop band. Oh, I'm definitely not going the right way. Hi, Framonkis. This is Dundermal Amiss. You may not enter without the leave of my lords. But if it is respite from the cold you seek, mayhap you could visit the cathedral. We don't like poor people, but the church will tolerate them. Get away. Get away. Okay, so if I go down this way... This game actually makes me want to dye my hair white. I have always wanted white hair. Since playing World of Warcraft and being a night elf, I was like, I want white hair. So much upkeep, though. Too much effort. The Foundation. I definitely know my way around. Definitely. It looked like it was that way, but it's definitely not. Is it this way? No. I know where I'm going. Ah, down this very obvious staircase? Oh no, that's where I just was. Aha, down here. Hey Mithy, welcome on in. Heavensward bound over here. Ah, here we go. Foundation. For all great cities must have a foundation. This is where the peasants live. This is where I belong. Alas, I am but a wee sprout in this world. Why is the music here so emotional? I feel like I should be telling you deep truths about myself and sharing emotions that I've never shared with anyone else before. I feel like we've grown so close over these past few years. So many stories we've shared together. So many worlds we've ventured. Why is it that kind of music? Why does it make me want to cry? And here we have the Foundation's Aetheryte Plaza. If you have yet to attune yourself to the Aetheryte, it would be wise to do so now. But I see your Twitch chat already has the job covered. Most noble squires they are. Oh my. Oh, this music just took off. This is a motherfucking bop if I ever heard one. Oh. Oh. Give me some organ tunes. Heck yes. I have already touched the crystal. I do not think I want any of your stuff. As for our next destination, maybe we should decide together. What else can be found nearby? The Sky Seal Manufactory stands to the west. There our engineers conceive and manufacture weapons for use against the dragons. The Holy Stables, where Chocobo are trained for war, also lie in that direction. I mean, I'm definitely going Chocobo. To the north and east can be found the congregation of our Knights Most Heavenly, while to the south and east, well, it will be best if you avoided that area. Peasants? Even more peasanty peasants? And why is that? I fear our knights may not be able to ensure your safety in the lowest levels, Master Alphino. What is this? Character? Hold your nose when you pass the broom, little lord. A delicate flower like you is like to wilt in our fumes. Who's this? West Country lad? Hello? You misjudge me, sir, for I am no lord, but a humble traveller. Oh, come to see the sights, have ye? Take a turn down the hot lawn and gawp at the statues? Well, if you've a mind to learn how the better half live, come and have a drink at the Forgotten Knight, if your nursemaid will let you. I guess head tattoos. Oh my. My humblest apologies, Master Alphino. Pray that drunken lout no mind. Oh, but I must. It would not do to refuse such a heartfelt invitation. Yes, I simply must see this Forgotten Knight for myself. I trust you see the wisdom in this, Astariel. There are few sources of information more abundant than a bustling local hostelry. Hostelry? Hostelry? Not that I expect to hear any news of our missing comrades just yet. Nevertheless, who can say what we might learn of recent events? Yes, let's go get ourselves killed at the local pub with all the mercenaries and barbarians.
Then I'm coming too.
No, Satoru, no, you're not old enough to drink. No! It's okay, we'll get her some orange juice. Tell her it's alcoholic. You're a merc, hun. Look, look, look. I get paid for my great and noble deeds. Yes, it is true I would do nothing if I wasn't being paid, but, you know, I've saved the world a couple of times. I think I've earned myself a title above a humble, drunken man in the local tavern. At least I hope so. Yes, the Mercenary of Light. That's me. So how do I actually get down to that level? To go along here? Ooh. Are we going to the hovel? I love how Alfie was like, let's decide together. And then he makes the decision for us. He's like, no, we're going to the arse end of nowhere to drink with these potentially dangerous folk. Oh, this looks lovely. I think it might be on top of me, actually. Hello. Outlanders are often surprised to learn of our administrations to the poor. They find it to be at odds with the more militant activities of our faith. To them, I would say judge not the teachings of Helon by the actions of those who claim to know her well. Aye, aye, my man. Although I do get the feeling I'm in the wrong place. I think it's up above me. This music, oh my god. I could just completely phase out and listen to this music. It's so good. The Warrior of Light is very confused by the city map, though. Very confused. The Holy See of Ishguard. Indeed. I told you you'd like Ishguard. I mean, this place was made for me. Oh, is it here? This doesn't seem like too much of a dive. Seems very reputable, actually. ATN. Ay. You look like you can handle yourself, but can you handle the most ferocious fiends this side of the steppes? Only the best of the best are fit to join Clan Centurio. I don't even know you had a clan, dude. I think I want to join. Huh, here we go. Oh, hello. Suddenly, like, the temperature just keeps spiking in here for no reason, I don't know. Just gets a little hotter every time an elf man with an open neck shirt comes on screen. It's just, it's like a weird natural phenomenon, I don't know. You just wait till Emmerich comes on. I'm gonna be melted. Must say, this is rather unusual. Not just one, but a whole party of fresh new faces in my tavern. We have but recently arrived in Ishguard, and are eager to acquaint ourselves with her more notable establishments. Master... Gibrelon? I don't know what voice to give him, I'm just like, between accents right now. Although, it does sound kind of Scottish, like, he'd look great in a kilt. Gibrelon, just, Gibrelon will do, and I'm flattered you think so highly of my establishment. Can't promise it'll live up to your expectations, but if it's decent food and drink you're after, you could do much worse. Judging by the number of customers I see, I suspect your fare is rather more than decent. Speaking of your clientele, I could not help but note a difference between those who frequent the upper and lower floors. Spotted that, did you? Aye, up here you'll find peddlers, porters, off-duty knights, and so forth, dropping in on their way to or from somewhere else. Regulars maybe, but not locals. Folks from the Broom, they tend to congregate downstairs, where we offer a menu more suited to their tastes. Cheaper meals, stronger spirits, all quality mind, but not the sort of stuff I'd recommend to yourselves. You speak of the lowest levels, yes? Why do they call them the Broom, if I may ask? Because when the weather's foul and the broom rolls in thick, it's the poor sods living at the bottom who have to deal with it. I see. Oh. And it's not just the weather. When the Wyverns broke through the wards and started tearing up the city, it was the Broom that got the worst of it, while all the pillars enjoyed the protection of the high houses and the temple knights. More than a few people are still sore about that, mind, which is why, considering your present company, I'd recommend you keep your wits about you, if you mean to go below, and something sharp in your boot, just to be sure. I shall take your words to heart, sir. Master Alphonard, I think it would be best if we return to Fortom's Manor.
You go on ahead without me. I'm staying for a drink or two.
Miss Tatteru, I'm afraid that is out of the question. My lord the Count would never forgive me if I abandoned one of his charges to such a place, least of all a maiden. This is the point where Tatteru's like, I'm not a virgin, I've been around the block, bitch! What are you up to, Tatteru?
Look around, Alphino. This tavern is full of people whose business regularly takes them beyond the gates of judgment. With friends like that, I could practically live here and wait for the newest gossip to come to me.
Indeed, but will you be safe on your own?
Oh, please. Do you know how often I looked after the Waking Sands and the Rising Stones by myself? If I had a guild for every unwelcome caller I had driven away, I'd be rich beyond my wildest dreams. I'll be fine.
Not that I doubt the lady's knack for fending off unwanted advances, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let anyone lay an unwelcome hand on a patron in my establishment. That settles it then. Tatteru, Astariel, and I shall return to the manor for now. Contact me by Link Pearl if you require assistance.
I will.
She's so excited. She's going to the bar. She's all grown up.
Yeah, no one touches my falafel and gets away with it.
Thane, thank you so much for subscribing. A very warm welcome to the Wisps. I hope you enjoy your immortality, your complimentary ad-free viewing, and elven emotes. And thank you for your soul. I'll take very good care of it. Welcome on in. You should see a brand new Wisp next to your name in chat now as well. You have a very shiny sub badge. I've got the alerts muted for now whilst we're in a cutscene. But actual with the biddies, filling up my cup. Filling up my cup with bits because I have no mead. Yes, please. I'll catch them. Hey! We've got Zil coming back as well today. 27 months of immortality. Zil, thank you for 27 months, you glorious example of a human. Thank you for supporting the channel for so very long. And just being a lovely wisp. Welcome back. Oh my gosh, there with the biddies again. Oh yeah, I see them in there. Delicious. This is an Ishguardian vintage bit, actual. Very nice. It has kind of like a musk to it, almost. Thank you for treating me. Hi, Neo. I am indeed an elf. Can we get an exclamation mark elf up in chat? If you are brand new here, yes, I am an elf. Yes, elves exist. Been around for a while, just haven't bothered interacting with humans. For obvious reasons. You guys are too much trouble. Tataru is strictly business. What, no fun? Come on, Tataru. Do I not get a bar scene with Tataru now?
Don't worry, Astariel. If there's any news of our friends, I'll find it. They're probably not dead because they didn't die in the cutscene.
She seems pretty cheery, given that she left Minfilia. Down in the middle of nowhere. Humans are a bit of a bother. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we gave you fire. Big mistake. Should never have given you that. Was not a toy you did very well with, or made very informed decisions with. And then it was steam power, and then it was, ooh, can we make great big things to blow each other up? Oh, let's do that then. So, needless to say, we didn't interfere again in human history. Back up we go. Well, I do hope Tataru's okay down there. I'm slowly learning how these... Ooh. New music. Oh, this is so nice. Can I just have this as the soundtrack to my life, please? This is amazing. Okay, I'm living here. The Gold Saucer is my home no longer. I found my forever home. It's so chill, but also slightly medieval inspired. Can I buy a house here? Oh, so good. You can really tell already, even in the first few quest lines, that the budget for this is so much higher than Realm Reborn. Like, it's worlds apart. Hello? Can I come in, please? Hello? Welcome, Miss Whisper. Shall I show you inside the manor? Yes, you made me ask. What an inconvenience. You should have let me in as soon as you saw me. Hello, Mustache Man. What's up? Tell us then, Master Alphino. What is this voice? I'm trying to do his voice from before and I can't. Tell us then, Master Alphino, does Ishguard meet with your expectations? That which I imagined pales in comparison to the reality. I felt the weight of 1,000 years of history with every step I took. And when those steps took me past the scars left by wyverns in Foundation, I understood how easily that history could end in tragedy. The attack was devastating. The casualties unspeakable. The wyverns did not discriminate. Unarmed men and women, even children, were given no quarter. Sir Emmerich has ordered his knights to strengthen our defenses, and each house has been called upon to lend what support it can. There is much to be done, yet alas, able-bodied men and women are in short supply. Mayhap we could be of assistance then, my lord. After all you've done for us, we would welcome any opportunity to repay your kindness. Aye, I'm with him. That is a most generous offer, Master Alfie. You are guests in my home, to whom I have extended my hospitality without obligation, let or lien. Nevertheless, Ishguard's need is great, and if you are willing to aid our cause, I cannot well refuse. Good. What would you ask of us? From what I have heard, you are an intelligent and persuasive young man. Such qualities may prove useful to us in our efforts to secure provisions from foreign sources, identifying trustworthy suppliers, brokering contracts, and so on. As for you, Mistress Whisper, I could ask no one better than a storied veteran such as yourself, a woman with the capacity to act swiftly and decisively when needed, to aid Artoriel and Emmanuelen in their duties. I beg your pardon? Oh no, he's gonna be a dick, isn't he? I am more than capable of carrying out my duty by myself. I have no need of our honored guest's assistance. Now, be reasonable, brother. What manner of fool would say no when a famous hero offered to do his work? Hold your tongues. by the Fury, the two of you will conduct yourselves with dignity befitting your station and show Mistress Whisper the respect she deserves. This is the woman who slew Gaius von Belsa and some half a dozen primals besides. She is not here to steal your glory or serve as your errand girl. You tell him. Thank you. I'm not doing your fetch quests. If you can pardon them for their impropriety, Mistress Whisper, I should be much obliged if you would lend my sons a helping hand. My thanks. Fury willing, they may even learn something from you. The youngest one's so cute. He's with little happy faces all the time. Bye. So are they Haurchefat's brothers? I don't know. Oh, we got Kranfuchs coming back. 7 months of immortality. Welcome back, folks. I will gladly take that soul. If you could just deposit it right here. I have a soul jar ready and waiting. I was questioning whether they were his brothers because he has blue hair. And I'm like, where did the blue hair come from? Oh, he's a bastard. Interesting. I thought maybe he was such a rebel from his own family that he'd just like gone off and dyed his hair blue and joined a band, like that kind of backstory. But yeah, lore. He may have told me that. He probably told me that the first time I met him, but it was so long ago that I don't remember. I think he mentioned something like that when we first met him. It would seem we shall not want for employment over the coming days, though that was never in doubt. Our host's initial reluctance to accept our offer of aid was solely for appearance's sake. In truth, he is glad of this opportunity to put us to work. By granting us patronage, House Fortoms has taken a tremendous risk. Until we demonstrate our worth to Ishguard at large, the Count will face considerable opposition from his peers in matters great and small. And so he would have us publicly serve Ishguard, while simultaneously keeping his sons in check. It is an arrangement we may benefit from in unexpected ways. My own duties may feasibly bring me into contact with people who know something of our missing comrades. And as you go about helping our two lords with their various responsibilities, you will inevitably make new acquaintances in Ishguard, mayhap even new allies. Yes, the more I think on it, the more confident I am that by furthering their goals, we shall further our own. Indeed. Oh my gosh, a hat I can actually wear. Is this actually good for me? Yes, I think so. Oh no, am I gonna have to replace my stupid jester hat? I do love the new quest complete. It's very good. What? What? Oh, come on! I just said I was replacing my jester's hat, and now it's this. Now I look even more of a fool here in these new lands. How are people going to believe that I'm the hero of Eorzea? For fuck's sake. I was getting rid of the top hat. I was like, maybe I'll finally not be ridiculous, but... Yep, karma got me really fast there. That was a quick turnaround. Look, personally, I think I look glorious. I'm like a slutty medieval jester, and I'm living for it. Okay? I even have a familiar companion. Oh, it's the emo son. Hello. You gonna talk? I want to see what your voice is like. Shall I be off then, old girl? Who's calling me old girl? Excuse me? Oh, he's so small. It's like they've just taken the normal elf model and just shrunken down the scale to make him so small. Shall I be off, old girl? Ah, but where are my manners? Emanuelane? I'm gonna go with Emanuelane. Emanuelane de Fulton. Emanuelane de Fulton? Ah, but where are my manners? Emanuelane de Fulton, second son of Court Edmond de Fulton. Trueborn, that is. Oh, he's gonna be one of those, is he? Oh. Yes, I know what you're thinking, and you are absolutely right. What ill fortune to be second son in a society where the eldest inherits all. Ugh, my brother would never cut me off, 'tis true. But who could be satisfied subsisting on a meager allowance, forever overshadowed by his sibling? Not I, old girl, not I. Which is why I need your help to ensure that his business, this business, in the Sea of Clouds goes swimmingly, so that the tales of my great deeds can win me a place in the people's hearts, or better yet, raise me higher in their estimations than Notorial. Ambitious, I grant you, but then I do have a legendary hero to do my bidding. Oh, don't look at me that way. I jest. Anyway, we are to aid the good men and women of House Halionate. They have ever been steadfast friends to our house, though they've fallen on hard times since the calamity. Poor blighters. As for what precisely we'll be doing, well, what fun would it be if I told you everything in advance? Just come along with me to the airship landing. We'll need to take the airship to Camp Cloudtop. Oh, such a terrible shame I'm the second son and I'd have to kill the first son in order to inherit. Ha ha ha, but I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Nothing bad gonna happen at all. Mirotha, welcome back. Thank you for 25 months. Hail indeed, O ye lady of Team Purple. Oh, I like this person's outfit. Very cool. Sea of Clouds. Okay. I definitely know where I'm going. Ah, my knees, my knees, my knees. It's fine, it was a shortcut. Do you still play ESO? Yes. You can play multiple MMOs at a time. I mean, we played ESO all of last week because it was High L launch. So I literally was live 6-7 hours a day playing High L. We're also playing some more tomorrow because console launch is tomorrow. But yeah, just because I am playing one of my other MMO children does not mean I do not love my MMO child anymore. It's just true. I just love MMOs. I can play too many of them at the same time. We've got Simploid coming back for 2 months as well. Welcome back, Sim. I think I'm staying. I love lurking here. Oh, thank you. It makes me so happy that people enjoy lurking in this channel. And just simply enjoying. You just wanna chill with us. Do I still play WoW? That one I can say I don't play anymore. I cancelled my sub for it, but I played from vanilla up until Warlords of Draenor. Around that time period. So I think I've been there, I've done that. There's nothing I haven't seen before. So at the moment I play Final Fantasy, Elder Scrolls Online, Guild Wars 2, kind of dabbling in Albion and a little bit of other MMOs on the side, but mostly those three: Guild Wars 2, Final Fantasy, Elder Scrolls Online. Oh, the gates are open. Are you ready to depart, madam? The airship bound for Camp Cloudtop will be leaving shortly. Yes? I think. Are we gonna get cutscene? Can I have a cutscene? I love a cutscene! Give me a cutscene! This feels like Zelda. Even the music. Floating islands. Are they floating islands? Oh no. I have a weakness for floating islands.
Conceived within the fecund mind of Cid Garland, renegade prodigy of Garlemald, who had come to call Eorzea home.
Nice ship.
High into the heavens, where isles of earth and stone floated as clouds. A frontier the knights of Ishguard had scarce begun to explore.
Can we drive the airship?
Outpost,
I want to drive it.
within the sea of clouds, where careworn scouts ever scanned the skies for winged shadows, she came.
It looks so stupid. Oh, this is amazing though. If anyone's new here, I love floating islands. Like, I have a floating islands fetish. I love them so much. There was a big running joke when I was at uni, because I studied games design. There was a big running joke that, oh, Dawn is going to do something involving floating islands. And 3 of my final projects, one of the world building projects that we had, I did a whole world that was built around the concept of gravity and anti-gravity with floating islands. I did a game where you have different color crystals that give you different powers that let you fly over floating islands. And I was just obsessed with floating islands. I love floating islands as a setting, and the idea of like exploring islands on airships as well, I love. So I may die. This expansion may kill me. I also, one of my earliest Final Fantasy memories is playing Revenant Wings on the DS, which was kind of a tactical Final Fantasy game. It had Vaan and Penlo, but you had a skyship and you'd go between the different islands, looting things and finding different enemies to fight. So that's one of my favorite Final Fantasy memories that I have. So it's really cool being able to explore islands again. Awfully cold up here. I mean, Kurthus may not be blessed with the warmest weather in the world, but compared to this, it seems positively balmy. And of course, our hero is wholly unperturbed. You don't have to maintain that strong, silent persona all of the time, you know. Never mind. We need to find Lady Laniette. Laniette. These bloody elves and their fancy names. Laniette, oui, oui. Croissant, poupou, yes. Laniette, Lady Laniette. Never mind. We need to find Lady Laniette. She's in charge of the garrison here. Oh, and when we find her, just follow my lead. Yes? Excellent. He's a bit cocky, isn't he? Oh, this feels Zelda. This 100% feels Zelda. I don't know where I'm going, but I'm gonna go there anyway. Woohoo! Can I mount here? I can! Woohoo! Oh! I can't fly! I can't fly! There was me excited about like boosting up into the clouds and flying around the islands, but no. I'm a peasant. I cannot fly here. You gotta earn that. I see. Attuned to the crystal? What if I didn't? How upset would you be, chat? If I just, you know, for example, just walked over here without touching the crystal? What would that do to you? I will divorce you, we're not even married. Rings on fingers. Speaking of. I think I forgot to put my ring on today. There you go. These rings I backed a Kickstarter from Be So Lovely. Shout out to Be So Lovely. Not even sponsored, but they were doing a range of RPG themed rings and I just had to. So I backed at the level where I got 1 ring and some earrings, and then I couldn't decide between 2 rings, so I ended up backing 2 of them. So I've got the mage ring, which is amazing, and it looks like an arcane eye. And I've got the druid ring, but it's in the other room, but that's also beautiful. I had to, for my elven sensibilities, I had to get it. It's an opal in the middle, and then it's just framed by leaves, and it's so pretty. But yes, I love them very much. Crystal, damn it, Nip. No, I'm not gonna touch it. I'm not gonna do it. You can't make me. Except you can. Hey, Volts! Yeah, it just started today. We did some long streams finishing Realm Reborn. Oh my god, what is that? looks like the squirrel from Ice Age, but in bird form. And I'm kind of scared. Die! You shall be the first thing I kill in Heavensward. Know my true rage. Oh, the combat music's different too. Am I gonna die to a chicken? Can someone help me? Have I got any life potions? I don't think I have. Wait, I've got a protection shield. Oh, okay, bye. Well, fudge off, Ben. I didn't like you anyway. Chat's saying it's because I didn't touch the crystal and attune to it, but poppycock, I say. Laniette. Hello. Mistress Whisper, welcome. I am Sir Laniette de Halionate, commander of the forces stationed here at Camp Cloudtop. Strange though it may sound, I have long dreamed of meeting you. I am in your debt, you see, and shall ever remain so. Were it not for you, my younger brother Francel would have been executed upon the word of a false inquisitor. I know them. I remember. I'm also gonna slightly change where these show up, otherwise alerts come up right over her face. Poor lady. Poor lady. Alas, a knight must go where duty demands. I need more hydration. All these fancy French elves. Alas, a knight must go where duty demands, and thus have I been able to seek you out. But by the grace of Helone, I have been granted an opportunity to thank you for my brother's... I can't words. But by the grace of Helone, I have been granted an opportunity to thank my brother's savior in person, and to call upon her generous aid besides. Truly, I know not what I have done to deserve this double blessing. You are welcome. 'Tis a pleasure to see you again, my Lady Laniette. You cut an elegant figure, as always. A steel-clad rose, equally at home on the battlefield or in a ballroom. Oh, he fancies her. I thought maybe he was saying let me do the talking because she's kind of difficult to deal with or really rude or something, but no. He wants the lady. I see. Or he's just a womanizer and he wants everyone. Lord and Elaine, if it is not too much to ask, I should be grateful if you will allow me to finish speaking with Mistress Whisper. Camp Cloudtop was established to provide early warning of impending Dravanian incursions. The high elevation afforded by floating isles makes it ideal for the purpose. Naturally, it also makes us a ready target for attack. We are not defenseless, however. The Protector, our largest and most advanced airship, is capable of downing all but the mightiest dragons. Alas, you may have noticed, it is currently undergoing repair. What is worse, our efforts has been hampered by an indigenous beast tribe known as the Vanu Vanu, with whom we have several skirmishes going on already. No beastman is a match for a man of Ishguard. Bring me a birdman and I'll show him a thing or two. He's gonna be rubbish in combat, isn't he? Sigh. Same really, Lan. Same. I fear much and more may be asked of you in the days to come, Mistress Whisper. Well, there you go. Now we know who his crush is. Yeah, he keeps calling me old girl, and I'm like, I'm not old. Firstly, not old. Secondly, not a girl. Excuse me? Do you mind? Oh, shiny biddies! Yo, Sarah, thank you for the shinies! Please consider binding your chocobo companion to F5. F5 second breakfast, let's go. Is there anything on F5? I don't think there is. Like, I'm pressing it now and nothing's happening. Ah! It's that bird again! Every time. I will best you. Gastonis. He shall die a painful death. or I will. Either way, one of us is going to die. Black Mage life. I am currently playing Black Mage. I may switch to Red Mage. It may happen. But then I'd also have to level up Red Mage to the same level as Black Mage in order to do the Heavensward content. So I can't be arsed. Oh my god, another one. Goodbye. Goodbye, I'm leaving. Goodbye. Whew, there we go. Red Mage actually starts at 50. True, true. So it wouldn't be as far for me to go to get up to my max level that I am now. I'm 55 now, so it wouldn't be too bad. Ah! There you go. He is on F5 now. Where he deserves. Oh. He's probably gonna ask me to go and kill some stuff. While I understand Count Edmund's intentions, While I understand Count Edmund's intentions, I would rather not waste valuable time ensuring that the young lord doesn't get trampled underfoot. True, it is entirely possible that he may learn something from this experience, but if left to his own devices, I think it far more likely that he will make a mess of things. Tell him I would have him keep watch for Geranian outflyers. Then, when you have a moment to speak with his manservant in private, make it clear that it is his responsibility to keep Emmanuel from shirking his duties. I have a really, really important job for you, Emma. I do. A request from Laniette? Why, I didn't think she would ask me in person. Surely she must see me standing here but a few yards away. Wouldn't she come and ask me? No, Emma, no. Oh, never mind. What is it? A mission of paramount importance. Keep watch for Dravanian outliers. Flyers. Mission? Yes, of course. That is why I am here. I shall do as my lady asks. Go, be a hero, Emma. He knows what's up. He's so cute. Look at him in his little breeches. Ah, Mistress Whisper. I do not believe I have properly introduced myself. My name is Honoroy, and I serve at the pleasure of Lord Emelenin. For fuck's sake. We're just gonna have to shorten everybody's names like Hottie Fart, because it's too much. There's too much French going on. Honora? My name is Honora, and I serve at the pleasure of Lord Emelenin. I'm calling him Emma, and that's the end of it. Like he's from a period drama. Lady Laniette would have me accompany Lord M on his mission. Oh, I understand completely. I do. I will do my utmost to keep him out of harm's way. I always assumed he was one of the sons, but he's just a squire. Lord M. Keep it nice and short. That's how we like it. Hey Nord, welcome on in. I was just editing up the vlog from the castle, and Nord was best cameraman. I managed to get some good shots of us making a fool of ourselves in various ways. Sword fighting, dancing, singing, all of the ways. Were he of another house, mayhap I would not feel obligated to go to such lengths to preserve his safety and dignity. In any case, I appreciate you speaking to him for me. It would seem he actually listens to you, at least more so than others. Or mayhap you are more skilled at this than most. I suspect you have had to humor your fair share of difficult men before. Oh, Lanny, take me for a drink and I'll tell you about it sometime. You would not believe. Thank you. Well, I think I made a friend. Now that M is out of harm's way, we are free to discuss matters of actual import, such as our struggles with the Vanu. Vanu? We first encountered the Vanu several years ago, when we had just begun to explore the Sea of Clouds. After an exchange of pleasantries and gifts, we received permission to construct a permanent lookout post. There was peace between our peoples for a year and a half, until suddenly, for reasons unknown, only half a year, not a year and a half, I'm exaggerating here, I'm rewriting history. I was thinking a year and a half, that's pretty good, but no. There was peace between our peoples for half a year, until suddenly, for reasons unknown, their attitudes towards us changed. They began to attack our foraging parties without provocation, forcing us to rely more heavily on the supplies flown in from Ishguard. But words are no substitute for first-hand experience. Go and see Sir Marielle. She could use your assistance. I'm loving the number of lady knights I'm seeing so far. Feminism in Ishguard! The ladies are knights too. And lords and all sorts. Oh god, that is the abyss. I'm not going down there. And no, thank you. That reminds me, I need to summon my chocobo when I'm adventuring, so that I don't get wrecked by random birds. Okay, I'm gonna touch the crystal. Are you ready? Here we go. Whoa. Always makes for a good screenshot when you're attuning to the crystals. Okay, I've got to figure out how the butts to get to where the quest wants me to go, because I've got to be, I think, on the upper level? But I don't know how I stay up here. There must be another way to get up. Somehow. We'll find out. I just assumed... Oh! It has a collider. Okay. Ah! This posh elf business is very dangerous. Marielle. Mistress Whisper, I presume. Lady Laniette told me you were coming. I hear tell that you've never faced a Vanu before. Well, spend enough time on patrol and you're sure to cross paths with them eventually. These birdmen are native to the Floating Isles. I say birdmen, but they're not at all like the Ixal. Unless the Ixal's mother was a Gygus. Gygus? Here, let me mark several locations on your map. If you discover any Vanu in these areas, kill or drive them away. Okay. Vanu. I might do the unthinkable, guys. Now, I can never get bored of the chocobo music. I really love the chocobo music, but when you're in a zone like this, where the zone music is so pretty, I feel bad. I feel bad. I can't remember how to specifically turn off the chocobo music. I've done it before. There is like a setting for it. I can't remember. Many turn it off as a rule. I like it though. It makes me happy. Play music while mounted. Oh, there it is. Okay. There's so many checkboxes there. They all blended into one in my eyes. But just the music here is so nice. Can't miss it. Oh no, not again. Get out of here. Stupid dodo. I'm not dying to a dodo. I do like the new combat music. Very cool. Alright, second breakfast, you're coming out. Come on, my boy. Yes, who's the goodest of boys you are, yes. Come on, come fight with me. You can save my butt against these strange dodo birds. Good boy. Who's the pretty bird? You're oh god. What is that? That's terrifying. It's like an owl beast. But worse. With a tubby stomach. Terrifying. Well, we've met the Vanu Vanu. And they're very charming. Yeah, they're odd, aren't they? Lovely. Well, why do the Vanu Vanu want to attack the Ishguardians? There must be a reason. No creature is just outright evil, apart from maybe goblins and a couple of others who just crave violence. But maybe you have oppressed their people. Maybe you took over their... What the hell is that? It's terrifying, but also really cute. I'm conflicted. It's like a lemur. Oh, God! A lemur crossed with something. It reminds me of Studio Ghibli. Like how Studio Ghibli managed to make creatures that are cute, but also somehow scary at the same time. Yeah, it looks like the cat bus. It looks exactly like the cat bus. That's what it is. I was like looking at it like, it reminds me of something in Studio Ghibli. Like the cat bus. Who I think is based on the Cheshire Cat anyway. You know, with the big round eyes and the smile. Kind of creepy. This is fine. I definitely won't have nightmares now. Thanks, game. It's a nightmare is what it is. Well, it certainly desires the taste of Dragon Girl flesh. That I can tell you. Please don't attack me again. Please no. Please. I'm just here for the Vanu Vanu. Not the Piazza Piazza. I don't need to fight you. You steel yourself for a mighty struggle, yet find no Vanu lying in wait. Oh, excellent. Cool. That never happens during a quest line. It's always like, oh, you get to the bit that they want you to be at, and then the enemy appears. But no. Just weren't there. This is fine. Run away. Gaily cat. Gaily cat. Like a jelly cat. Strange creatures here. Yeah, I'm trying to get a good look at the ghillie cats, but I don't want to get too close. Yeah, an owl mixed with a lemur. Very disturbing. Yeah, there'll be none here either. It'll be all quiet. Oh, of course it's not. Go, go, go. Hey, Kiwi. Hey, Crystal as well. Oh, hello. You better not hurt Second Breakfast. Otherwise, I will come for you. I will have no remorse. How's things? Oh, just fighting disturbing owl beasts, you know. Just an ordinary Monday night. As you do. And we are now in Heavensward. Can I get a better look at the Gaily cat? The Gaily cat? Gaily. Hello? Chat says you're cute. I think I believe them. Hello. Can you give us a nice pose? Show us your face. Oh! Oh! It's just a cat with bat wings. Oh, you're adorable. You look like the little things from Monster Hunter World. The little kind of aviator cats. Aww. Well, I have no doubt that there's some kind of companion pet that I can buy. They're probably on the store. If they're that cute, they've exploited it by making it into a companion pet, of course. Okay, well, our work here is done. We may as well go back. It sits on your head if you're a Lalafell. Aww. I have a koala that sits on my shoulder that one of you Wispies gifted me. Finished with your patrol? Anything to report? Indeed! So much. I saw so many adorable creatures, most of which wanting to kill me. Maybe it was too much to hope for a day without a skirmish. At least I can take solace in the fact that Halone has blessed us with a mighty ally. Thank you. I need some new trousers because mine are now brown. Cheers. Rainbow trousers? Well, it is Pride Month after all. Yes, I will. Oh, they're not oh, I'm really disappointed. They're not rainbow trousers. I was missold. I want my money back. Where are the rainbows? Where are they? Maybe they light up rainbow when the sun shines. That's what I will hope for. Who wants some of my fine booty? Who just shot me? Someone. Accepting your recent clashes with the Vanu, it cannot have escaped your notice that things here are rather peaceful, to the detriment of our garrison's discipline. Despite being built as an observation post, we have yet to record a single intrusion by the Horde. That is why, as far as everyone is concerned, Camp Cloudtop is a backwater of no significance. And of course, the pride of our camp, the vaunted Protector, is in a perpetual state of needing repairs, so even were the Holy See to come under Drevanian attack, we would be unable to fly to their aid. Simply put, Mistress Whisper, this is where ambition comes to die. If you haven't aspirations for advancement, you'll be right at home. However, I would think that enthusiasm can be just as contagious as apathy. If you'll indulge me, I would have you seek out the sentries and stoke their fighting spirit. Psych them up, you might say. Ah! So we gotta find some sentries and do /psych. Don't worry, you are worthy. Yes, this job provides excellent benefits. Free dental. Yeah, let's go. Woohoo! Yes, you may have no future, but you'll be perfectly fine where you are. Isn't that nice? There should be one in here somewhere. Someone healed me. Oh, cheers. I figured it was one of the dodos shooting me, but apparently not. Is there anything fluffier than a cloud? No, boy, get psyched, bitch! Isn't it amazing? What is it? Is it the Horde? By the Fury, whatever possessed you to do that? I'm awake. Worry not. After the shock you just gave me, I doubt I'll sleep for a fortnight. Well done, my man. Well done. Good on you. The guards are growing complacent. To be fair, not a bad place to be stationed. You don't really want to be where the action's at, otherwise you end up getting eaten by an actual dragon. So, yeah, I'd rather be here. Not that I'm a filthy coward, but I kind of am. I will be the bard on the sidelines, writing the great battle epics. A sword in my hands is not a wise decision. Is he gonna be up above me? Oh, God. Yep, he is. Okay. Off we go. Yeah, I love how all the guards are like, happiness, enthusiasm, terrifying. Never heard of them before. You're looking rather grim. Why so serious? The Vanu were no real threat, and the Drevanians couldn't give a fig about us. I think you'll find that, boy, you need to get psyched. Ye gods, where did that come from? Even I was so shocked my entire accent changed. I'm now from the West Country instead of just being from top north. Fine, if you insist, I'll make an effort to be more alert. But really, I fail to see the point. We're hundreds of miles away from the front lines, which is just the way I like it. Thank you very much. Hello. Do you need psyching? Oh, hello there, old girl. Seen any Vanu champions yet? No? Oh, well, let me know when you have so I can make myself presentable for the. Ah, he's gone to sleep. Get psyched! Woohoo! Is it an attack? What should we do? Sorry to alarm you. There's literally no one there. You fooled me there for a moment, old girl. An amusing jest, albeit a tad cruel. Surely you must realize how unsuited I am to the monotony of mere sentry duty, yet still you tempt me with the promise of excitement. No, this won't do. This won't do at all. Lady Laniette will give me a grand mission, as befits my station. Off he goes. Well, good luck with that, chap. Good luck. I love how it calls you old girl. I don't think I've ever been... I've never been called old girl in real life. I've been called a good girl, not in that sense. Shut up, chat. Like, by elderly people, be like, oh, there's a good girl. Go fetch me a cup of tea or something. Especially when, like, I volunteered at a nursing home, they'd all be like, oh, be a good girl and go and do this. And I'd be like, okay. kind of patronizing, but I know you mean it nicely, sort of thing. But yeah. The way he calls you old girl, he's such a Chad. He's such a Chad. You know, if he was in real life, he would have, like, daddy's sailing yacht. And he'd currently be on his gap year, deciding what he was going to do. Professional knight, of course. He says old boy if a character's male as well. Old chap will be much more fitting. What are we to do, old chap? Oh, it might be up here. I have a feeling, though, he's one of those characters that comes off as a bit of a dick and kind of full of himself, but then maybe later on he'll redeem himself and there'll be a soft, squishy side of him that we've never seen before. Maybe. Wasn't old boy some kind of posh people saying? Kind of, yeah, like, oh, old boy, hey. Too right, old boy. Hey, pass me the whiskey. Yes, that kind of thing. So you're like your chums, you might call old boy. Many thanks, Mistress Whisper. Already I can see a change in our sentry's behavior. Beg your pardon. Lord M said what? Well, I have no doubt that Lady Laniette will do her utmost to oblige him. I would love to see this exchange. Let me hurry and go and see it. If Lord M is going to demand a more dangerous duty, then I expect Lady Laniette will want you to accompany him. I might as well speak with her sooner rather than later. There's no use avoiding the inevitable. I'm about to see some sass. So he has a crush on the guard captain, basically. And he's very, very, very badly trying to flirt with her. And it is not working. I don't know yet whether, like, he genuinely has a crush just on her, or whether he's just a ladies' man and literally, like, anyone he comes across, he's like, hey, I'm from a noble house, don't you know? Wouldn't you like to get some of this? I don't know what his deal is. Maybe he's had a crush on her for years. Mistress Whisper, Lord M has informed me that mere stationary sentry duty is beneath him. I understand we have you to thank for this epiphany. Well, there's nothing for it but to give him something more demanding then. Can I count on you to keep him safe? That you can. Excellent. We are in constant need of fresh water in Camp Cloudtop, as there are no underground sources we can tap with wells. However, there is a unique variety of crystal we've recently discovered, which may enable us to obtain water through other means. Oh? These spring crystals can be found in Vor-Sian-Seran, to the east of here. I would have you and M bring one back for us. You may have to contend with the feral beasts which populate the lakes, not to mention Vanu scouts ranging from their nearby settlements. Of course, that all pales in comparison to keeping the young lord entertained, but you have doubtless grown accustomed to that by now. Good luck, and be safe. Alright, road trip, boys. His name is Jakan. I mean, he may very well be Final Fantasy Jakan. Lady Laniette told you to tell me about my mission once again. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear she's avoiding me. Anyway, what is it? Vital mission, on the success of which the very survival of Camp Cloudtop rests. I want to call it Cloud Rest, because Cloud Rest is a place in Elder Scrolls Online on Somerset Isle, where the High Elves are. The procurement of potable water. Yes, everyone is counting on you for the procurement of potable water. It's very important. I think his ego needs to go down a few pegs, so I'm just going to be straight with him. Go and fetch a spring crystal from the floating islands, and, you know, it's in the lakes to the east. Just come with me. You're not making this sound terribly appealing. Still, I shall be glad to have you along. Come along, then. Lead the way. We're literally on water fetching duty. Wow. It's another cute thing. Ah, don't kill me, cute thing. Chat will be mad with me if I kill you because you're too cute. I'm his Peakful, which you'll hear once you get a voice cutscene with him. Is he terribly posh? Have I been understating his poshness? Oh, I say. Is he more like this? Could be. Living on Lord Daddy Haurchefant's money. Ah, I see. Well, this is my voice off stream, so, you know, you will know the truth now. Oh dear, oh. There's another one of those blasted cat creatures gunning for me. I say, come with me. Oh, here's M. Oh no. We have to kill the cute thing. Sorry, chat. I know you love them. He's gotta go. Haurchefat's younger brother, yeah. The second in line. There we go. Oh no! Why me? I don't want to kill you. Go about your business. I have no qualm with you, creepy creature. Please. Good boy. Yes, you defended me. Yes, you did. Someone was asking earlier what he's spec'd as. He's currently in tank spec, so he'll take aggro from me. Like the goodest of boys he is. So, this is the Vorsian Siran of legend, and Nari Havanu in sight. How disappointing. I could do with some sport. I know. Why don't you and I make it a competition? Whoever finds the superior specimen wins. Honoroi shall judge our entries on size, purity, and, say, aesthetic sensibilities. Let us begin at once. Ahaha! Am I just slaying water sprites? Search for a... Ah, okay, I have to go further in. Just gonna avoid them for now then. I love the music here. Why does it kind of remind me of Mario Kart? It's like, it's that whoa. I don't know what that instrument is. But Mario Kart vibes. Of course he's obnoxious. He's young and noble. I'm sure a taste of the real world will set him right on course. Just need to get out there. He's been in the city too long. Whoa. Oh my gosh, the environment's here. I'm going to be taking so many screenshots. I hope you're prepared. Okay. Oh my god, it's a Pokemon! It's straight up a Pokemon! Look! It's freaking, what's it called? Gyarados thing. Can you tell I haven't played much Pokemon? But it straight up looks like a Pokemon. Old Nessie in the lake there. Oh look, over here. There's something over here, it's glowing. It's almost like a theremin. Yeah, just like a very high warbly noise. This water crystal does not appear to exhibit the properties described by Lady Laniette. Perhaps you should inspect another. Let me put it this way, Dawn. My screenshot folder for this game is like over 100 gig. Holy butts. This is why I don't go into photo mode, because it's dangerous. Because I take a few and I'm like, oh, they're okay. But what about this angle and this angle? And then I have basically hundreds of photos that are exactly the same, apart from a slight tilt or like changing slightly one filter. It's dangerous. Ah, this one's rubbish too. Ugh. What does an elf have to do to find a decent water crystal around here? No one teach her how to G-pose? I know how to use it, but like my screenshots never come out quite as good as all of your screenshots. Like, they're not on your level. I'm not quite at the stage where I use Photoshop in combination with the screenshots to get the perfect ones. This crystal appears to be secreting a steady stream of water. Perhaps it is the spring crystal that Lady Laniette seeks. Aha, you fools! I've done it! I win! Everything's just so beautiful. I can't. What is that? Is that one of the Beastmen tribe's outposts up there? It looks like half of an oliphant. It's very strange. Is one of the hobbits gonna come in and cut off its legs? Weird. It does look like a dinosaur. My former roommate would be resting her finger on the screenshot button when going through the story. You just hear clicking constantly. This is pretty, that is pretty. Yep, 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 get all the shots, all the shots. I don't blame them. I envy you not knowing anything about this. I hope you enjoy it all. I've been very, very, very lucky to avoid spoilers. I haven't even, like, I never muted Final Fantasy on Twitter, and I follow a bunch of Final Fantasy streamers. So I don't know how I didn't get spoiled. But in terms of in-chat, claps for the moderators because they will time out anything that is remotely spoilery or that could potentially be a spoiler. So the entirety of A Realm Reborn wasn't spoiled for me. Nothing about the ending cutscenes was spoiled either, which is good. Oh, 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 that's horrifying. Thanks for the nightmare, Square Enix. Appreciate it. I'm literally gonna wake up at 2 a.m. and just see that image burned into my retinas. Scary. Emotional damage. Ah, Mistress Whisper, have you brought your entry for the contest? I have indeed, and it's much better than yours. My understanding of such things is limited, but can this truly be used to draw moisture from the air like water from a pump? Fascinating. Yes, give me some new boots. Thank you. I think these boots are actually good for me. Oh my god, it's the dog mount again. Every time I see this mount, I'm just like, what the fuck is this game? Some of the mount options are just ridiculous. And by that, I mean ridiculously glorious. Okay, we're gonna put this on, I think. Ooh, very nice. Ooh, pointy toes. I'm now modern witch jester. It suits me. It's really weird, like, the coincidence of, like, jesters and floating islands, because it reminds me of a level in Spyro. If anyone's played Spyro Reignited or, like, the original Spyro series, I love Spyro. I got Spyro merch everywhere. I freaking love Spyro. But there's a level where you're in, like, cloud castles in the sky, and there's little jester mobs, which they come out of a jack-in-the-box, and you have to hit the jack-in-the-box. And yeah, this reminds me of it so much. And it just, why are they also giving me jester stuff? Like, clearly the Square Enix devs have played Spyro, obviously. Yeah, the Jackers level, yeah. So like the home world itself, and then you got the Jackers. I can never say it. Jack's level with the little Jack-in-the-Box guy. I love Spyro. It's the only game I think that I would ever consider learning how to speedrun, because I love it so much that I would never get fed up with it. Even on treetops, I kept my patience on treetops, and I completed treetops 100%. I have the full trophies for game 1. I'm working on the trophies for game 2 right now. Off stream, it's just something I'm doing for fun, but I'd love to speedrun it. Oh, who's this? Hotty Fuzz is coming, I see. Delicious.
Lord M has been gone for an awfully long time. Yeah, what was the deal with this contest? I was supposed to be watching him. Did you perchance see him while you were wandering around searching for your crystal? Even he must realize the dangers of wandering too far in such a place. Mayhap I'm worrying about nothing, but I must ask that you assist me in looking for him, Mistress Whisper. We shall find him more quickly if we split up. Pray, search the southeastern area of Vor Sian Saran as swiftly as you are able, and rendezvous with me in the north. Farewell, and good luck.
I assumed he was the third son. I just assumed like, oh yeah, that's the bitchy son, and then he's the nice, cute son. But no, he's just like an attendant. He's like a squire almost. Where are you going? This way? This way? I don't think he's actually going to tell us where he is. I think we actually have to search. What is this? Actually using my brain? You're not going to tell me his exact location? Nope. We will have to search. See if we can find him. I'm going to end up exploring the whole zone before I find him. What are these symbols? Are those like... Vondel, Vana camps, Vana camps. You can't quit because we can't quit you. I quit. These are unacceptable working conditions. I'm far too hot and thirsty because of all these hot elf boys, so I'm quitting. How dare you treat me like this, Final Fantasy? I'm going on strike. Yeah, I'm going on strike until they stop introducing hot characters. It might be a long time. Oh, it gets worse? Oh no. I'm in danger. So I have some bad news for you. God damn it, chat. Oh wait, do we have the area? A series of unfortunate events. Did they really just... Okay. I love their pun name titles. I love series of unfortunate events. I used to devour those books when I was smaller. I used to read like one a day. And then I had to wait for him to release the last one. Good stuff, series of unfortunate events. The TV series wasn't even that bad. It was quite well done. Oh, yeah. Locations on your map. I guess I didn't see it because of when you're zoomed out like that. The icon for the fate covers it, so... Ah, well, I had a nice adventure. It was very pleasant. Only got my face nearly eaten twice. You can see the general direction via the edge arrow on the minimap. Oh, okay. I got through the whole of Realm Reborn without ever looking at those arrows. Interesting. I'm learning things. What an educational day it has been. I only watched the series and also the movie that came out long ago, but I like the series more. Series was definitely better because they have more time to explain some stuff. Like there's a lot of weird crossover things that happen throughout the books. I definitely recommend reading the books if you can get your hands on them. They're children's books, but they use like very complicated language and then describe them in a way that makes sense. So like you have a bunch of kids who go around knowing really long words that adults have never heard because of series of unfortunate events. Hey Shizzy, happy Monday. Welcome on in. Welcome to Heavensward, I should say. Ah, here we go. I am surveying. Stand watch, second breakfast. You survey the surrounding area for a time, but see no signs of M. Where have you gone? You've gone and got yourself kidnapped. I bet he has. He's been kidnapped by the Beastman, and so we have to go into their den to free him. Oh no, I didn't see it coming. Another one. Mistress Whisper, Lord M has been taken by the Vanu. I had no idea. What an unpredictable series of events. I never would have thunk it. They have my lord surrounded. A whole gang of them. Please, you must come quickly. Oh, how the turns have tabled. My powers of prediction strike again. It wasn't like it was obvious or anything. Nothing like that. Well, we must go and rescue him. Whee! I do appreciate how, for all the expansions that come out, they never spoil anything in the marketing material. Like, I follow the official Final Fantasy account, but I have no idea what Endwalker is about. There's like some very obscure kind of character art in silhouette, but apart from that, I have no idea. I don't know what the setting for Endwalker is. I have no idea what I'll be going into, which is great. I did obviously not watch the trailers or anything because that might give story spoilers, but just in general, like a few MMOs that I follow, they'll be like just tweeting out stuff of what's in the expansion. But I have no idea.
Oh, he's in the bush. I see you. Hello?
Oh, duty sync, okay. I may die, but it will be with honor. Oh. Night falls. And we are still trying to rescue this idiot. The Vanu must have taken him inside that village, mayhap to present to their chieftain? I would just kill him, to be honest. I will make haste to the Rose House and tell Lady Laniette what has happened. Yet by the time I return with aid, it may be already too late. Forgive me for asking, Mistress Whisper, but should you spy an opportunity to sneak past the sentries and rescue Lord M in my absence, I beg you take it. I know he can be a trifle presumptuous and insensitive and, well, insufferable, but he doesn't deserve this. I guess so. I can save his ass. Maybe he'll end up being more reasonable if I save him. Duty commenced. Oh no. Have they seen me yet? I'm sneaking. The one thing in this game, you can't sneak. There's no stealth. I'm so used to NES, I'm always pressing control like, let's go. Covert mission. Are they, is this dancing or is this just like normal every day for them? They're just enjoying life. Oh, it's timed, shit. Oh, I gotta go. No more dancing. Time to die. Yeah, I also feel like if you see something that's a story spoiler and you're so far behind, you normally don't understand the context. So it just means nothing to you. It just goes straight over your head. And then by the time you get there, you've already forgotten what you even saw in the first place. So I'm like that. I've seen some Guild Wars 2 spoilers and then not understood what they meant, and then later on got to that content and been like, oh yeah, I remember. I saw that thing. It told me this twist was coming, but I don't know how I didn't remember. Okay, Rich Boy, where are you? I'm not here. I'm gonna go around. It's not cowardice, it's noble retreat. I'm just avoiding combat where it is unnecessary. Ah, this looks suspicious. I would stow him in one of these. Where is he? He's not marked on here. Guess we gotta find him by ourselves. He's somewhere. It's the wrong quest game. He's somewhere. Down here. It says speak with Honoroy. And I'm like, I don't need to speak with him. I need to go rescue his friend right now. Unless I was supposed to talk to him before I ran off. I think I gotta find him and take him back. Ah! Okay. Cages, prisoners, anything fitting that description. I mean, a tower seems like a good option for keeping a prisoner in. I'll check it out whilst I'm here. I don't know if there's a way in. Oh, I like the staircase. Okay. He could be kept captive in a tower like a princess, I guess. Maybe. Let's hope it is. There's a mob just chasing me round and round the stairs. Do you not have anything better to do? Whee! Okay. Our princess is not in this tower. He's in another tower. Abort. Knees. Yeah, it's fine. I got good knees. Okay, so in the big town, maybe? With so many of these creatures? No, thank you. Okay. By the Fury, you're not going to eat me, are you? That's not what you do to prisoners still, right? Astariel! Astariel, I'm over here! I'm coming, pretty boy.
Netherlings come to free the prisoner and take them out. Oh no. Oh god.
Oh god, is he all the way up there? Oh no. Ah, there's too many of them! And second breakfast isn't here. I'm gonna die. At least they're squishy. They're really squishy. It's fine. So squish. Brambleweed rope. Oh, hi! That's you. Hi. Okay, be free. Job done. All right, come with me if you want to live. Yeah, wake up. Come on, look lively. That was thoroughly unpleasant. No shizzle. Oh, you're just gonna run straight through all the mobs, aren't you? You fool. At least it didn't pull that guy. You're gonna have to kill this one, though. I love how they call him the Lofty. Oh no. Please don't die. Hero as well. Hero's like, so excited you're back to 14. Yeah, we took a little break because ESO was launching its new chapter. And I was just like, I can't really play Final Fantasy on the launch week. But yeah, but we'll be hopping between all of them now. ESO's new chapter is really good. I'll be honest, I've spent a lot of time in the Tribute Hall offline. I'm now up to Rubedite rank in Tales of Tribute. It's just the highest rank. I spammed so many matches yesterday. I sat down and I was like, I'll play until I lose. And then I didn't lose for like 10 matches. Oh, Haurchefat's here. Haurchefant, here to save the day. Yes, just keep running. Just keep running. I've got you. Just keep running, keep running. With being a black mage, by the time I've cast my spell, they're already dead. Like, there's just no point. Where are you going? Home is that way. Hottie, come back. What's he doing? You idiots. It's too many of them. Retreat. Please. Please retreat. For duck's sake. Typical black mage life. Yep. It's like I'll be standing in an AoE as well, and I'll know I need to move out of the AoE, but my casting time is almost done. Almost. We must be the bane of healers' lives in the high level content, because I'm so cheeky. Like, I will just stand in the AoE until the very last second, just to make sure I get my spell off. Oh my god, why are you fighting all of them? Just run! You idiot! And then you're casting a really long spell and someone will interrupt you and it'll be like, God, why? It took me 10 years to cast that. How dare you? Okay, they aren't doing very well. I need to kill these. And fast. Here we go. There we go. There's the damage. Come on, come on. Yes. At least when you do actually hit something, it does a ton of damage. Like, it doesn't feel like you're whacking something with a wet fish. Like, it does feel quite substantial when it goes off. Oh, there we go. Hi, Scooter. Hello, I want to watch you. Well, what a coincidence that you are right now. Your desire has been granted, Scooter. Yeah, I know the black mage stereotype. I saw Thingamajiggy's video on black mage. It was the first thing one of my friends think me. Why aren't you fighting? Brave Lord Haurchefant, please do something. Oh my god, please. Why are you just standing there and taking it, This is terrible. Do we really have to kill the entire camp? A bit overkill, don't you think? Okay. I might be switching to red mage at some point, because I know black mage gets harder. Oh my gosh, can we just leave? Are they following me? Are you following? No, you're not following me, are you? What are you doing? What are you doing, you idiots? Like, M's over here still. Don't leave M. What the fudge are they doing? What? That's my question too. Chat saying, did the duty break? I agree. Like, what were they doing? They were like running on the spot. And then Lord Haurchefant, it looked like he was running in the right direction to leave. And then he just goes back and aggroes every single mob in the entire zone. So yeah, you're meant to guide them. Oh, freaking no. They weren't following me, so I gave up and went back and just assumed they were on a path. Like, they were in front of me. There was no guiding going on. The two of them were like running around all over the place. So, kids these days. Try not to attack anything that isn't attacking. Oh, I didn't pull them. Hottie pulled them. Usually in an escort quest, they're going, you know, they're walking along and you kind of protect them as they run. I think at some point, Hottie Fart, he came up to us and he was like, get him out of here, I'll hold them off. And I was like, okay. But then they proceeded to just run back into combat. Hot elfmen, the bane of my existence. Off he goes. Off he goes. Here we go again. Well, at least we know where he is now. We can speedrun. He's not far away. Yeah, that robot chicken escort quest. I rage quit that so many times. Okay, okay. Here we go. Mission shall be a success. Come here. Come on. Come closer. Shizzy was hoping to see Dawn do this quest using Valley Girl. Has someone redeemed Valley Girl? Oh my god, Shizzy has. Oh my god, Shizzy. Wow. Off he goes. Run, boy, run. Slay, Hottie Fart, slay. Off he goes. On his little stick legs. Faster. Get some good cardio. Come on. He's nearly there. Is there gonna be another group of mods? Emma's still being a filthy noob. He's being a little... There we go. Finally. That's how it should have gone the last time, you know? It's so sad. Anyway, I finally did it, you whores. Are you happy now? Oh, Hottie Fart. Oh, my loins hunger for you. Oh no, an ambush. I never saw this coming. Oh, hi. Oh, he's talking. Wow, it's a voice cutscene. Good, because otherwise you were going to get Valley Girl Haurchefant. Reinforcements, you say? Oh no, Egad.
Anger of Honu, chief of mighty Vondo, royals like blackest storm clouds.
Indeed.
Offer netherlings to the white. Cloud sea swells and he comes.
Big dragon, maybe. Potentially. Oh. Target. Oh, it's gonna be a target. Is that a sky whale? What the hell is that? It's a sky whale angel thing. Well, okay.
The white, mighty Bismarck, lord of the mists.
You like big whale creature, your god, yes? You'll feed him, yes? Maybe?
A flying whale? By the fury, it's a primal.
Why, I think it might be.
We must away.
Ere break of day, to find our long-forgotten gold. Aye. Oh no. Oh, there's not that many of them, come on. It's okay, Hottie Fart's here. Jam it all! But who's that?
Typical.
Sid!
All right, we're going in.
Hello! Hi! We missed you. Chat especially missed you. Sid, where have you been all this bloody time? Are you going to explain?
Aye, aye, Chief.
And you two, come on! Where were you when Lady Winfilia needed you? Saving the day!
All aboard!
Indeed. New Sid voice? Question mark? I think. Maybe? Or just better recording. Superhero landing. We did it! Oh no. Be so cool if there was like a fight inside of the whale's belly. That would be really cool. Anyway, hi Sid. Long time no see, buddy. Where have you been throughout all the important events that occurred in the story where we really could have used your help? Vacationing over here? Also, our armor matches. Do look at that. You look like a right pair of idiots. Nice goggles, though. I could remember Sid's voice now. This never would have happened if we had Hoary Boulder with us. Yeah, Hoary Boulder would have saved the day. Slutty Rock, his sister, would have charged into battle alongside us. Where were you, Sid, when Hoary Boulder needed us? Nowhere to be found. Nowhere. The gods only know what might have happened had we not been around to save you. No need for thanks, though. It's not as if you haven't done the same for us on a few previous occasions. All right, more than a few. 'Twas but blind chance that brought us together this time. In case you were wondering, the Holy See has petitioned the Ironworks for assistance with this creation of theirs, the Protector. Apparently they just can't seem to get her flying. Anyway, I came to Camp Cloudtop to cast an eye over the ship, only to learn that you had arrived some days before with an Ishguardian lordling in tow. Small world, I thought, just as said lordling's manservant skittered into view, babbling about his master having been captured and you risking all to rescue him. And the rest, as they say, is history. So it wasn't quite chance that you happened to be there at exactly the right time then. Not quite. Right, well, I hate to cut short our reunion, but I'm here on business after all, and the boys are already hard at work. Don't worry, old friend, we'll speak again soon, I promise. Do you know what happened with the rest of them? Maybe we shouldn't tell him. He deserves some peace. Slutty Rock? Yeah, Slutty Rock is Hoary Boulder's sister. Did you know? It's canon. It's proper canon. Well, Em, what do you have to say for yourself? He appears rather pleased with himself. But why? Very well, I admit it. It was an incredibly harrowing experience. I could very well have died, you know. Me! Dead! On the other hand, by risking life and limb in the line of duty, I did succeed in uncovering the existence of a new primal. And that, old girl, is no small feat. I have made an historic discovery, a fact even Lady Laniette will have no choice but to acknowledge. Yes, I am rather looking forward to basking in the sunshine of her praise. Speaking of which, isn't it time we made our triumphant return? God damn it, he didn't learn anything from any of that, did he? Sigh. So Dawn, first impressions of Emma Elaine? Total Chad. Absolute Chad. Bit of a dick. Although, I said earlier, I have a feeling he's going to be a dick right now, and then he'll learn the plight of his people and the common folk, and he'll be the only noble who does right by them, and there'll be a soft and squishy part of his personality which we've only just scraped the surface of. I bet. Maybe there are some redeemable features in there as well. Oh. So he has a crush on her, if anyone missed that. Praise Helone, I feared the worst. What happened out there? Well, some real shit went down. This geezer got himself trapped. I had to go rescue him. Had to do the quest like 3 times. It was the whole thing. A primal? Are you sure? Oh yeah, I forgot about the primal. That was a thing too. Yet, now I think on it, this Bismarck is reminiscent of the white whale Vanu legend. A massive creature said to swim in the sea of clouds. From what I have learned of comparable summonings, the presence of the Vanu's god would certainly explain the sudden change in their behavior toward the people of Camp Cloudtop. Ah, you mean to say that they have fallen under the primal's influence? I recall reading of such things in the documents provided by Master Alphanard. Aren't we forgetting something important, Lady Laniette? A little recognition for the hero of the hour? A few choice expressions of gratitude, respect, admiration, and so on? A slap, maybe? Why, yes, you are right, of course. Mistress Whisper deserves all that and more for having risked her life to rescue such an esteemed personage. Wisp sip. She's not having it. Well, if there is naught else to discuss, I would depart for Ishguard forthwith. The Holy See and the Temple Knights must be informed of this new threat without delay. But, of course, Mistress Whisper, you have done more than enough here. Pray return to Ishguard with Lord Haurchefant and give my warmest regards to the Count. So that's it then? No more forays into enemy territory? Very well. I can see my services are no longer needed. Take care, Lady Laniette. May our next meeting take place under more felicitous circumstances. You bastard. Yeah, everyone's just like, oh, why are you like this? All's well that ends well, eh? To the airship landing then. We can speak on the journey home. Oh, I say. Is it going to be a long journey? How many cabins are there? I could bunk with you, you know, if we had to, you know, such dire circumstances. I would make that sacrifice. Okay, I'm assuming back up to the airship landing. He's the worthless Felson, but he'll grow to be our worthless Felson. We'll make him what he is. He'll be a knight yet. We've just got to mold him a bit more. He is quite possibly the biggest of Chads. Lord among Chads. Divine ruler of Chaddom. I get that impression, for sure. I do like this airship. It's very cool. Wrong ship? Where was I supposed to go? The pillars. Can I just jump off? We are. It doesn't even let me. Sad times. Speak with him in Ishguard. Can I just hitch a ride back then? Oh, just get an airship. Okay. Good deal, good deal. Will you be leaving us today, madam? Yes. Forthwith. Thank you. Back to Ishguard. Ah, Hotty's waiting for me. I confess, I have always been rather fond of airship travel. The chill of the wind upon your face, the warmth of the blood pumping in your veins from the excitement. I find the whole experience indescribably invigorating. Or mayhap it is simply the joy of having cheated death yet again. In any event, I must make for the congregation and inform Sir Emmerich of all that has occurred. Em should have returned to the manor by now, so why not go and see if he has recovered from his ordeal? I hope they have. Again, the music here is so good. It's so well done. What would be the crest of House Chad? I don't even know. Do I want to know? I don't even know. House Fortaunt's one is a unicorn currently, which isn't very Chad-like. He needs to upgrade it when he takes over. A rooster because, you know, they're a clock. Okay, yes, chat wins. Yeah, just like abs and like one of those 4 tiers of shields with just rock hard abs, a 6-pack of beer, a cock, and an actual cock. There you go. That's what it would be. Somebody please make this. Artists in the community, get at it. Not that I'm encouraging you. And so the noble line of Chad was thus founded. A lineage that would stretch through centuries. All feared the name of Chad on the battlefield. And many a great warrior was felled by the blade of Chad. Thanks, music, for being perfectly in time with my speech there. The music in Heavensward is a paid actor, I'm convinced. I bribed it. All right, let me in. Or I'll knock the door down. Such a nice entrance hall. I don't think we get to see any of the other rooms. At least not yet. Not yet. Sir Emma. Indeed. Hello. Oh, it's you, Astariel. Gods, did he have to strike me so hard? Who struck you? Father, he did not approve of how I handled matters in Camp Cloudtop. How I endangered the lives of others through my own recklessness and incompetence. It's not easy playing the hero, is it? Oh, Daddy gave him a slap. That's abuse. I'm calling the police. Rude. I don't know which one of these I want. I like purple. I'll take the purple one. Da-da-da-dum. There you go. A twirl? Hello, he was the... Were you guiding us around? Are you the same? All these hot elf men look the same. They're just wearing different coats. Eldest brother, right? Second eldest. There's too many elf boys. Artoriel is less than eager to brief you on his mission. Alright then. Let us begin anew, Mistress Whisper. I am Sir Artoriel de Forton, eldest son of Court Edmund de Forton. You will forgive me my outburst, I hope. I meant no disrespect. I merely consider myself equal to the duties entrusted to me, unlike some. Haurchefant has spoken of you often. If you're even half the woman he claims, I shall be glad to have you at my side. To the matter at hand, then, we will be assisting my esteemed compatriots of houses Durandare and Zmil. A very noble name, Zmil. You are aware of our friendly rivalry, I take it? Aye, well, suffice it to say, the prospect of assisting said houses does not fill me with joy. However, it is the will of the Holy See that we set aside our differences at this crucial juncture. But we shall speak more of that anon. First, we needs must secure transport to Falcon's Nest. Let us make for the Chocobo stables in Foundation. I wouldn't think a man like you would be down in Foundation. I'm just saying. He's the more level-headed, wants to prove himself, brother. We respect that. We respect that. Does he have a sense for adventure? I can't deal with people who are just straight up boring, you know? He's the hottest brother. Hotter than Lord Hottie? I've got to say, he's much more my style. The hair. Need to get down to the peasant part of the place then. They're good sons, they just have a bit of growing up to do. And they're a little bit sheltered, aren't they? Like, they've been rich their entire lives. I've apparently got mail.
Koopa? Look what we have here. 2 letters have arrived just for you, Koopa.
Really? These are both from the same person, Kasumi. Oh my gosh, what? I opened a bunch of crates and got lots of minions I already have. I hope they find a nice place to stay at your side. Oh, thank you so much. There's a seal. I am won over. Private Moai. A broader otter.
And a tiny Tatsunoko. Whatever that is, a little sea pony.
Oh, thank you. My pet inventory is gonna look a lot happier. Oh, we were talking about the Gaily kittens when we were going around the islands, and I was like, they must be a companion pet in game because they're so adorable. Rumors that the gods kill one of these adorable creatures every time a young man thinks pleasurable thoughts are unfounded. Wow. Thank you so much. I will henceforth immediately summon my new adorable friend, if I can remember where the inventory for the pets were. There's so many menus in this game. Oh, I need to consume them first. Not like eat them, but just consume their soul essence so that I can summon them from the realm beyond. There we go. The Gaily Cat minion is top tier. You'll quickly find out why. Does it have adorable emotions? Gaily Cat. Okay, I summon you, Gaily Cat. Hello. Oh, it's so cute. Like, these are out in the wild. I wonder, like, how they made themselves their little wingsuits, because it's obviously not natural. He's gonna fly over there. You coming, boy? You coming? Good boy. He may even be a gooder boy than Second Breakfast, which is saying something. Try/beckon? So target him. Oh. /beckon. Come here, boy. Okay, that's adorable. Is it just gonna stay there? That's so cute. He's just gonna chill up there. He's having the best time of his life. He's just gonna hitch a ride. Now I have a Moogle on my back and a Gaily Cat on my front. I have never dreamed of such luxuries. Until he gets bored, he'll just stay there. I feel like I am a proper jester entertainer. Like I have 2 familiars. Maybe they'll do tricks for me. For Lala's, it stays on your head. Oh. Greetings, Mistress Whisper. I've saddled a black chocobo for your journey to the Western Highlands, as per Lord Autoriel's instruction. Will this be your first time riding a black chocobo, may I ask? If so, you're in for a treat. As I dare say you know, this particular breed can fly. Given the right conditions, they can carry you quite high too, even over Snowcloak. You needn't worry about directing the bird, of course. Like all porters, she's trained to carry you to your destination all by herself, so just relax and enjoy the view. Oh, but be sure not to relax your grip, will you? 2 hands on the reins at all times, if you please. Keep your arms inside the moving vehicle. Okay.
We're going.
A magical chocobo journey. This was originally your intro to flying. Yeah, I guess at the time you'd be like, whoa, I can fly now, but I've been flying for a while.
To the frozen wastes of the Western Highlands, once verdant tracts made pallid by the calamity.
This narrator guy. Mwah.
Beyond the towering wall of ice, to lands long forsaken that the knights of Ishguard strove tirelessly to reclaim. to the hamlet of Falcon's Nest. Once abandoned, now freed of its pall of snow and ash, she came.
Ooh. I like how they're doing it in retrospect, so it's like, oh yes, something epic is going to happen. It's only a matter of time. And I am the great hero of this story. Apparently. I mean, look at me. I don't know how I am, but I'll take it. This is fine. I got to the edge of the settlement and just stared for several minutes. This is when it finally hit me about Heavensward. How big is, like, this region? Because... okay, it's pretty big. It's pretty big. The world looks quite different when viewed from the back of an airborne chocobo, does it not? I still find the experience slightly, strangely liberating. To business. Sir Redwald is in charge here. He should be expecting us. Oh, Johnny's here. Hi, Johnny. This is Johnny from chat, one of our green swords. Showing up in style. You have the black chocobo mount? I was going to say, is the black chocobo obtainable by any means? Or can you breed a black chocobo? Hello. You also look rather glorious. Annabella. You guys showing off your thoroughbred chocobos. I've just got like an inbred weird-legged chocobo. I made him myself. He's perfectly imperfect, I have to say. I think I've had enough AC now. I think I'm good. See, look. Have I got the power? No. Oh no, it's turning off. Good. Hello, sir. Sir, hello. Oh, a cutscene, you say? That's a fine tash you've got. It's been far, far too long, Lord Toriel. A Toirel. I can't get his name right. All of these elves, I'm just like, we're shortening it. You're Lord Artie now. That's how it's gonna be. It's been far too long, Lord Artoirel. And who might your companion be? Pray forgive us our lateness, Sir Redwald. I present you Astariel Whisper, ward of House Fulton. Ah, yes, of course. Lord Gillamont spoke of you. I, Sir Redwald of House Durandare, do bid you welcome to Falcon's Nest. We are both eager to contribute to the settlement's restoration. How may we be of service? I can fuck off, that's for sure. Before we speak of that, would I be correct in assuming that Mistress Whisper is unfamiliar with our recent history? Then, with your permission, I shall recount the tale for her benefit. Oh, please don't keep talking. I can't hold this Scottish accent. Oh, God. I thought you were going to be a side character. As you may know, Falcon's Nest was once a hamlet with a small garrison of knights and a few villagers. And then came the calamity. When it became clear that the snow would not stop falling, we had no choice but to order a complete withdrawal. The settlement and the entirety of the Western Highlands were to be abandoned. Abandoned to the heretics. Lady Arsart and her kind have walked these lands with impunity ever since. I love this song! Aye, but no longer. The Holy See has commanded the reclamation of the Western Highlands and the expulsion of heretical elements. Falcon's Nest is key to accomplishing these objectives. But, as you can see, rebuilding the hamlet will be no small undertaking. Our craftsmen require support and protection. Any assistance you can offer will be greatly appreciated. As promised, we of House Fultons are at your disposal, Sir Redwald. You need but tell us where to begin. Okay. Please don't be a major character now that I've given you a weird accent. Please die within the next section. Several craftsmen in service to House Smail are contributing to the restoration of Falcon's Nest. If he's in a cutscene and he's not Scottish, I'm going to be so salty. I don't know why I decided he was Scottish. I think it was House Durandare. I was like, I hope they're Scottish. These men and women are quite skilled at building and repairing fortifications, but their progress has been hampered by a number of factors. Roth, their foreman, tells me he has need of a woman with your talents. Would you be so kind as to seek him out? I would be so kind, aye. I can do that for you. Aye, to be sure. Oh, he's over here. Roth. Do I know this guy? Is this the guy? He looks a bit like the guy who came up to us in the market and was like, oh, you're far too posh to be down here. Yeah, I'm Roth, and who might you be? Just some random child from elsewhere. I maybe killed the Sultana and his real fucked up stuff. Ah, the promised help. Glad to have you aboard. I've the honour of overseeing this fine mess you see before me. Sent me over on one of them black birds, same as you, to build and mend and tell others how to build and mend. But fury take me, this ice. It's bloody unnatural how fast it forms. It's icicle sprites, I tell you. Mark my words, there's pockets of them here and there just waiting for me to turn me back so that they can sneak out and do their dirty work. So, I need you to search the hamlet and put an end to it. If you stand watch long enough, you're sure to find them. Icicle sprites. Okay. They'll be around here somewhere. Just like internet sprites. We have techno pixies that live in our internet wires. So if stream ever goes down, it's one of the techno pixies. They chew on electricals. They love electricity. Oh, over here. Techno pixies. I should probably swap to my fire too. But, you know. Not pixies that like techno music. I do have a certain liking for it. In fact, it calms them if you put techno on. Or any kind of like chill step they quite like. Okay. There'll be one more here somewhere. Probably on top of here? The snow wasn't here. So how come this kingdom became so engulfed in snow? Was that Iceheart's doing? Although Iceheart was in the main storylines, that wasn't too long ago. Dalamud, my boy Dalamud, really? Rude. That'd be telling? Oh, is that lore stuff? Okay. Stuff I'm gonna find out. Okay. Good. I was just hoping it wasn't something that I'd missed, because quite often I do miss stuff. I'm too set in my fire 3 ways now. If it works, it works. She says, dying. If it works, it works. I said, if it works, it works. There we go. There we go. You saw nothing. Definitely didn't almost die there. Calamity. Everyone always references back the Calamity, so... When we do coils, we shall know more. Ha! Ah, there's a woman. What looks like she's found her marks. You're just the sort we need around here. The kind that'll hop to when she sees a task undone. Why, thanking you. Is there anything I can actually wear that you're gonna give to me? No. How useful. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate all of this random crap that you just gave to me. I just chose some gold instead because I couldn't use any of the rest of it. He's got another one for me as well. This is again a rainbow robe being promised to me. It's lies. Absolute lies. These are apparently rainbow trousers. And I don't believe it. You're a dab hand at Warcraft, I can tell you. I know, I was addicted for several years. Not that I've had any skill at arms to speak of, mind. But it doesn't take an expert to recognise expertise. Be a waste to keep you to myself when there's others out there what need help same as me. So if you're keen to keep on doing what you've done, I'd ask you to head north to the pike. A bloody huge statue out in the waste if you've never been. Mason, by the name of Terramont, is out there tending to the thing. Good man, Terramont. But I reckon he's taken on too much work for one. Might be there's something you can do for him. Terramont, I will go and find him, and I will learn how to say these confusing French names. Indeed. Are there actually any French people in our chat right now? Because I keep horribly mispronouncing the French-inspired names. We just need all of you for pronunciation guides in chat. Okay, where do I go from here? Where do you want me to go? The pike. 'Tis northwards. Let's see if we can find it. Terramont. Are you gonna be another hot elf man? Because please no. Oh, why? He is a medium hot. Medium hot. Not too spicy. He needs to get some better clothes. Hail to you, traveller. What brings you out this way? Thorn Roth bid you to assist me. Well, far be it from me to turn down a helping hand. I've been tasked with the restoration of this sculpture. 5 years of neglect have not been kind, to say the least. Fortunately, I've just the thing for it. Rather, those deep eyes have it. If you could slay thee and bring 3... I thought he was going proper old English there. If you can slay 3 and bring me their bristles, I would be in your debt. I may slay 3. Deep eyes. Oh no, what are these? More strange bird creatures? Oh my god. Oh. They weren't kidding about the eyes. It's literally like a little penguin with a terrifying evil eye. Oh my god. They don't want to die either. I think I'm gonna get wrecked by them. I might just run away. Oh my god. No, you slay 3 of them. If I have 1, I might be able to do it. But they hit hard. I need to summon Second Breakfast. Second Breakfast, he's slacking on the job. He ran out of Geishal greens, so he's trotted off again until we feed him. He is a mercenary by any meaning of the word. He needs to be paid Geishal greens periodically in order to help us. There we go. A deep eye. Okay, can I pull 1? See if we can. You can summon him in combat. My Geishal greens go great in combat. I thought, usually. As far as I remember. I haven't had him for long. Interrupted. Fine, fire 2. Take that. No? Okay, there we go. Just 1 more Second Breakfast. We can do this. Together. Yeah, you can stack the greens. I usually don't because when I'm doing main story, there'll be a little section of combat which you'll come out for, and then it kind of gets wasted if I stack them because there's so many cutscenes. So I summon him as I need him, really. Ballpark for the length of Heavensward is maybe 2/3 of the length of A Realm Reborn. Holy bucks, that's long for an expansion. I know that a lot of games that I play, when they release an expansion, they kind of say, oh, about maybe like 30 hours of questing content, and that's seen as really good. But Final Fantasy has so much going on. Hello, my boy. Hello. I love him greatly. Okay, should be all we need, Tierramont. There you are. Have you the bristles? Indeed, I have them. Ah, feel how coarse that is? That's why they're perfect for scrubbing the soot from this statue. Beautiful, isn't it? A spitting image of Haldrath, first of the Azure Dragoons and one of Ishguard's founding fathers. A symbol of everything the Dravanians despise, which is why they've taken to searing it with dragonfire every time they pass by. But no longer will we suffer this desecration of our nation's hero. Soon this statue will be as it once was, a proud, shining testament to the determination of Ishguard, and a message to the heretics that we have returned. The work may be hard, and the conditions harsh, but as a proud Ishguardian, I could ask for no greater honor. Much honor. Enjoy. I will not be helping you, Scrub. The quest complete thing is never gonna get old. I love the organ. Are you for Falcon's Nest? If so, I'd ask a favor. There's this knight, Sir Usador, stationed at the anvil to the west of here. She's always treated me with kindness and respect. More than I deserve, to be honest. Any road. While you were away, she came through on patrol, and I think she might have left a package behind. It's a bit of a detour, but do you mind returning it to her? My thanks to you, friend. Again, what do I look like? Eorzean DPD? Everyone thinks it's okay to give me packages to give to other people. The very meaning of a fetch quest. I'm just gonna be wandering around. Oh, it is up here. I think I'm making this hard for myself. I think I was supposed to go up the other side somehow. I love making things more difficult than they actually should be. Prime example is Skyrim. I will literally parkour up and then down a mountain. Oh, you trying to give me a lift? Thank you. He took pity on me. Okay. How much for the taxi? It's quite a distance, so it's gonna be a hefty fare. I rate you 5 stars. Excellent driving. Also, you didn't try and make conversation with me, which is great. So yeah, excellent. 5 stars. Please rate me 5 stars as well. I was a very good passenger. I don't know how to get out. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. He's kidnapped me now. Right, the rating's going down by the second. 2 stars, was kidnapped. Tried to sell me to a cult for sacrifice. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Excellent. I will leave the party for now. I don't want to disrupt. I know you already had someone else in the party? Or is that second breakfast? Oh, it's second breakfast. I think we're good then. Isuador. Isu seem very cool. What's that? A package? I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about. Really? Ugh, confound it. That fool of a... Oh, what a waste. Does he have a crush on you? It was a gift, adventurer. Tierramont labors day and night without regard for his own well-being. At the very least, he ought to try to eat better. Oh, it was for him. And he's not looking after himself. Why not somebody give it to him? Ugh, by the Fury, have you no sense of decorum? A highborn knight cannot be seen favouring a lowborn mason in such a manner. Nevertheless, I appreciate your concern, as well as your willingness to assist Tierramont. May your journey back to Falcon's Nest be safe and swift. Pray, give my regards to Sir Redwald. Oh. So we're just gonna leave him there? Without his food? Okay. Oh no. I have never not attuned to a crystal in my life. I would never do such a thing. Oh look, here's my Uber. Chat's gonna be angry at me again. I didn't click the big shiny crystal. I've let you all down. Your wise teachings were all for naught. I'm sorry. Yeah, just anywhere around here will be fine. Just not, that's my neighbor's parking space, so just, yeah, great. Thank you so much. Have a good day. 5 stars. How do you keep missing the shiny crystal? I'm so immersed in my quest line that I'm like, it's fine. Just run past it. As you do. I must applaud your initiative, Mistress Whisper. Roth tells me you've been quite busy. Alas, we have not the time to thank you properly. I have a task to which I would commit all able-bodied men and women. You and Lord Haurchefant included. His Scottish accent is weak, my friends. I'll work on it. Calm as ever, even when you must surely sense the gravity of the situation. A veteran through and through, just as Lord Durelmont said. Good. We've lost contact with a reconnaissance party sent north to River's Meets in search of Heretic's hideaway. Whether they were attacked or met with some other misfortune, we know not. But regardless of the cause, we must act quickly, for it is a harsh, unforgiving land, which can claim, and has claimed, the lives of many men. To ensure we find our missing knights as quickly as possible. What's going on with my boy? I've dropped the Scottish. I don't want to be a princess. Where is it? I gotta pretend to be Merida and then it comes back again. But I'm just going Scalza now. What's happened? To ensure we find our missing knights as quickly as possible, I've assigned each party to a different area to search. Johnny's probably watching this right now like, this is the worst Scottish accent I have ever heard. You and Lord Toriel, I think it's Toriel, will be working together. Seek him out when you're ready to depart, and good luck. Aye, lads. Oh, well, they do be here, so I don't have to go very far at all. Nice. Hello. It seems you've been assigned to the area near Camp Riversmeet, Mistress Whisper. Lest you are unaware, the camp was one of our many... Lord Toilet. I've been distracted by chat. I looked out of the corner of my eye and just saw Lord Toilet. How am I supposed to concentrate under these conditions? Are we just gonna have to call him Lord Toilet from now on? Is that how it's gonna go? He does have toil in his name, so appropriate. A toilet. Lord of Toilet. Lest you are unaware, the camp was one of many our knights were forced to abandon when we withdrew from Carthus' Western Highlands. One of many sacrifices made in the wake of the calamity. It would not surprise me if our knights took shelter there. There is but one way to find out, though. Let us be off. Let us. On to the chocobos. Is this like a personal taxi now? Like... Hello, is this the taxi for Camp Riversmeet? Yeah, last name Whisper. Thank you. Hop in there. Hope this is an official Uber. He didn't seem to know my last name, so bit sus. Off we go. Hi, Cara. Welcome on in. Such a smooth ride. The suspension on this thing. Much better than flapping around on a chocobo, I have to say. My name is Haurchefant, and this is my true-born brother, Lord Toilet. Yeah. It's canon now. I'm just calling an Uber. Give me a second. Yeah, I need a lift up the cliff. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, yeah. I'll meet you near the tent. Okay. Boy, they're so quick. They're real speedy round here. Must be a lot of Ishguardian lords requesting Ubers. How handy that there's one always nearby. I can't believe I went straight over the cliff. There we go. I pressed F5 to summon my chocobo, and instead, it let me out. There, below us, Camp Riversmeet, or what remains of it. I see no way to descend the cliff safely from here. Should we fall, the beast below will make short work of us. Come, I know a path to the riverbed below, east of the Black Iron Bridge. Or we could just get an Uber. Toilet, come back! Is my Uber not good enough for you? So rude. It's making me walk all the way over there. Screw that, I'm getting in the Uber again. Ah! Being attacked. Yeah. Oh no. Steinbox. Directly above the glass gauge. Here? Oh, up here! I see him. They're very small. Most games I play, the buffs are like, at least like a good square, like at least this kind of size. Clearly Lord Toilet does not use Uber. Uber is beneath him. Personal driver, black chocobo or nothing. You can make them bigger and move them around as well. I do like how customizable the UI is, because obviously like when we're streaming, we have a lot of other stuff up. I need to place my camera somewhere. So I did go in and I kind of move things around a little bit, which makes it very useful. If the reconnaissance party came this way, I see no sign of it. Still, it is possible that recent storms have obscured their trail, or that they just took an alternate route to Camp Riversmeet. Until we investigate the camp itself, we cannot be certain. We must press on. He's a nice guy. He's just like kind of boring. Like there's nothing in particular going on with him at the moment. Well, Uber, I don't actually know my destination, but I trust you. Search for the missing knight. Oh, it's just down here. Beep, 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 beep. So the family's Hottiefart, Toilet and M. Fine names for 3 budding lads, I should say. Good, strong, noble names. In fact, I have considered if I ever reproduce, my offspring shall also be called Toilet. It's a good, strong family name. Oh, Toilet Whisper the Third. We haven't actually had any Toilet Whispers in the family. There was Wind Whisper, who is my great grandmother? Wind Whisper was kind of unfortunate because it kind of, you know, I know the name truly meant the wind and the forces of nature, but it kind of reminded me of another force of nature. Don't bully Houseful Toms like that. Look, I'm just welcoming them into the family. Toilet is decent. I like Toilet. I don't see anything bad about him. He's a good guy. He saved many lives. Hello. What occurred here? Oh, a gaunt figure. Who are you? Let none escape. There's another one. Oh. Well, you made quick work of him. A cutscene, mayhaps. Are you all right? I heard sounds of a struggle. Thank the Fury. I thought no one would come. 3 heretics slain and 1 knight saved, just like that. You certainly live up to your reputation, Mistress Whisper. What happened here, sir? Is there no one else? We were caught in a furious blizzard north of here, my lord. I just saw a wheeze and made like a pterodactyl sound. I don't know why. Naught but white all around, until we saw shapes moving towards us, running towards us with naked steel in their hands. I cut a few down of the bastards who came close, but the others, they were shouting and screaming, but after a while I could only hear unfamiliar voices. I found my way to the camp, hoping to hide while the storm passed. But the heretics tracked you here. My lord, the heretics' hideaway lies somewhere to the north. We must move quickly before the snow buries all traces of their passing. For my brothers, we must... You gonna die yet? Have faith, sir. Justice will be done. But first, we must see to your safety. Oh, he's not gonna die. I thought he was gonna dramatically die. Now that he'd imparted the message to us. Quest complete. Well then. I say. Oh, is that Ice Heart? Otherwise known as Discount Elsa. Lord Haurchefant seems to loathe to forego any opportunity to locate the heretic's hiding place. He has the right of it, Mistress Whisper. Whatever remains of the heretic's trail will be gone with the next snowfall. But we cannot very well leave our friend here. Don't worry, I have an Uber. He can take the Uber back. It's fine. I will see him to Falcon's Nest and gather reinforcements. In the meantime, I would have you search the area to the north of camp for signs of the attack. Should you pick up the heretic's trail, do not wait for me. Follow it back to their lair forthwith, being sure to leave some clear footprints. I realize that this plan may place you in considerable danger, but I see no alternative. The Uber! Okay. Rest assured, we will not be far behind. And Astariel, thank you. Even the Quest of Scepter sound is so dramatic. Like, it jump scares me every time. Oh my. Okay, we're looking for clues. Clues. Anything suspicious that we can find. My Uber's... Oh, I can't jump off the cliff. What? Come on. All right, I'm taking the Uber. You forced my hand game. Lovely. And there should be some clues around this area. Oh my god, that polar bear's huge. It's not like a normal sized polar bear, it's like gargantuan polar bear. It's over here. My little friend's on my back. Oh, someone's dead here already. A duty calls. Commence battle for at the end of our hope. Okay. Unable to commence as a disciple of the land of the hand. Eh? As a disciple. Oh, it's because I'm in a party with Nissan. Hang on. Bye for now, Uber. I'll be back. Level sync is in place. It's a solo event, yeah. I have to do this on my own. It's only right. The tracks continue north. Most mysterious. Find the heretic's hiding place. Okay. Are there actually tracks? Or are you baiting me, game? These look to be tracks. Suspicious footprints. Here we go. Very suspicious. The tracks continue north. Oh! An ambush! How unexpected. More suspicious footprints. Where doth thou lead? North. Ah! Just run away. Just run away. They'll forget about me. It's fine. Yeah, I feel woefully underprepared for the weather here. In my little cap. Oh no. The heretics, they're here. I'm gonna stand in that because I can't move. Otherwise my spell, it won't be cast. I think she's healing. He's getting away! After him! Come back! Well, if he runs away, he'll lead us to the location of the hideout. A rookie mistake. I'm after you. I hope this plan works. Oh. Is this your hideout? Are you hiding in that old keep? I will chase you across half the country if I need to. No? Yes, still going? Okay. Alright, just show me the way. The others are following too. Aha! This must be the place. You fools! You led me right to your hiding spot. Aha! Is there a trapdoor? There's always a trapdoor. Oh, there we go! Shouldn't there be music? There is music! I think just for that section there wasn't anything. Oh no. I missed second breakfast. Oh my god. I'm gonna die in here. Tried to rush it? I didn't. I assumed that's what you needed to do. Like follow the wimpy guy back to the hideout. I thought that was canon. I wasn't trying to speed run. Anything but. I followed that guy for miles. Yeah. It's the potion, the thing. They're tough. Just keep kiting. I have a damage shield. I also have Mana Font, which restores HP. And then that one, and then this one. Mana Ward. Reduces incoming damage. Yeah, I didn't need to do that. It's going so well. I'll make it. I'm stubborn. Even if it takes me 10 years, I will make it. Why can't I do that? Oh, there we go. So annoying. Just want to stand here and do my AoE. Why are you like this? What's this one? Oh, not useful right now. This one's nearly dead though. There we go. I leveled up. I mean, I genuinely thought this was what the quest wanted me to do. Because the wimpy heretic ran off and I was like, aha! Obviously, for the next stage, I need to follow the wimp back to the hideout. Like, I wasn't trying to, like, speed run the quest or anything. So I know how to survive that with my skill, obviously. Clearly. I am a god amongst black mages. Fear me. And here we are. See? Made it. There you go. Thank you. No faith in me, chat. Really. Duty complete. Very quiet. Who are you? Is it myself? Hello. Long time no see.
Looking for me, I presume.
It was supposed to be like a really epic moment and I just take out my Moogle staff. Anyway, are you intimidated yet, Iceheart? Fear me. I am looking for you. I almost forgot about you.
Ah, the child who glimpsed the truth.
No! It cannot be.
Oh, but it can.
She cameth unto me, as didst thou. Alike in gifts, yet set upon different paths.
He speaks true, warrior of light. Like you, I have been blessed with the echo.
Her voice is nice as well. And British, we
Visions
approve.
terrified me at first. They came without warning. I wondered what I had done to deserve them. But I had no time to ponder such things, once the calamity came. The land turned against us, and in a matter of hours, Falcon's Nest was buried under 10 fulms of ice and snow. We had no choice but to flee for Ishguard. We came to the wall, and while we searched for a way through, there was an avalanche. And then I was alone. So I set forth for Dravania. I knew full well what might happen where I found. But I could not survive on my own. I was found, of course. And not by a mere dragon, but by the great worm Hraesvelgr.
Hraesvelgr?
And it was then that I knew why I had been given this gift. For with it I heard his voice and saw the truth through his eyes. I was chosen to deliver this revelation to the people, to bring dragon and man together as they once were, and should ever be.
I didn't think the dragons were up for peace. Killing innocents won't bring them together. What of the innocents who died when you attacked Foundation? Yes, what of them?
It wasn't supposed to be like that. You have to believe me. It was beyond my control.
Then that would suggest you can't trust the dragons.
Children taught to fear the skies, who saw their loved ones slaughtered. Yet the Dravanians, though they know where the fault truly lies, fell upon them with such fury.
Men die, and their children forget. But we are everlasting. To us, then is as now. Thou canst not comprehend the violation, the outrage, the fury.
I will make this right.
But can you make it right?
I'm neither a saint nor a savior, just another sinner. Yet I will not forsake this cause. I cannot. I will see this cycle broken and peace restored. We can do naught else, for we are now as one.
Interesting. Hello. It is I. I have returned. Mistress Whisper, praise Halon, you're alive. We came as swiftly as we could, but I see we are too late.
I did all the hard work before you got here. Yep, true.
So they were lurking in the cellar of this farmhouse? 'Tis a pity Lady Iceheart escaped, but we must not let that detract from your accomplishment. We have them on the run. You've dealt our foes a telling blow this day, my friend, and I shall see that your efforts are recognized. I say. Establishing an outpost in so remote a location could not have been easy. Tenacious devils. So Iceheart isn't bad, just maybe misunderstood. Maybe there's some way we can come to peace with her. I don't know though. Seems like she's too far gone working with the dragons. And the dragons don't seem to have any interest in making peace with us. But I've never really talked to one apart from Midgard Soma, who seemed kind of okay. I don't know. The knights have matters here well in hand. Let us return to Falcon's Nest and share our discoveries with Sir Redwold. Come. After tracking heretics across malms of ice and snow, I would say you are due a few hours' rest next to a nice warm fire. Ah, that does sound nice. Complex characters in an RPG. That's how I like them. I hate when they have a villain and it's like, here's the bad guy. Why does he do bad things? Because he likes doing bad things. What's the reason? For fun. I mean, those are some scary, unhinged villains, you know, when they just do things because they want to. But the scariest kind of villain are ones that you understand and ones that you can see how they got that way. And they kind of have a point. When you're looking at a villain, you're like, yeah, actually your villain speech is making sense, and just like nodding. That's the best kind of antagonist to have. I can probably just teleport back, right? I have the crystal, I think. I have the crystal, we're all good. But thanks anyway. Good Uber to you, my friend. I will see you on the other side. Nah, that'll be Final Fantasy VI. I think so far, like the majority of villains in this game, I've been like, oh, okay, they kind of have a point. Even the evil Space Empire people, I was like, well, you know, they want to establish order. Very Star Wars, but sure. I guess they have a kind of point. Yeah, some people just want to watch the world burn. And they can work in the right circumstances, like just completely unhinged, just kind of, they've lost it and they have no concept of morality anymore. They enjoy killing people, that kind of thing. I guess like Scarlet from Guild Wars 2, because she was like totally like, she was gone. And I guess those are scary villains as well, because you don't know where their line is. They have no line of morality anymore and they will literally do anything. Yeah, Gaius von Belzar, he was our villain of A Realm Reborn as well. We're back. We bring great tidings. Lord never gonna get his name. Arto Irel. Lord Toilet. Mistress Whisper. I give up. I fucking give up. Full am I glad to see you both hale and healthy. What news? You mean to say you hunted the heretics down on your own and slew them before reinforcements could arrive? By the Fury. I believe we made great strides towards purging these lands of heretics, and I mean to say as much when I deliver my report to my father and the Holy Say. Someone won't get a slap from their father when they go home. The favourite son. As will I, Lord Toilet. I made certain to remind our superiors what houses Durandare and Fortombe could achieve through continued cooperation. Aye. Indeed, I trust you and your knights are content to handle the rest. We most certainly are, my lord. During your short time with us, you and Mistress Whisper have accomplished far more than I thought possible. I cannot in good conscience impose upon you any longer. Pray, return to Ishguard with my thanks. As you wish, Sir Redwald. We thank you for your hospitality, and we'll be greatly relieved to not have to voice you in the cutscenes anymore, for your Scottish accent is kind of impossible to do. Thank you. Goodbye. Oh no, he's gonna talk to me now. No, we're good. All is well. Well, I hope you don't become a main character, because I gave you a Scottish accent and now I regret this. Goodbye. Goodbye. I will see you in another lifetime. So we're back off to Fortombe's Manor. Back to the city, which, okay, I can't remember where anything is. Oh, wow, okay. Why is it? Oh, wrong one. I was like, not over there. Wrong place. Knights, be not proud. We're gonna go back to Foundation and then go from there. Back away slowly from the complicated accents. Yes, that's the way to do it. I say his name like Tutorial, but Artorial. Kind of like Arthur, like a fancy version of Arthur. Artorial. No, it's everyone's favorite boy. Mistress Whisper, I would speak plain. From the first, I questioned your motives and your competence. Unjustly, I now realize. Rumors have a way of growing more fantastic as they spread, and quite frankly, those surrounding you beg a belief. But Haurchefant swore that all the stories were true. He championed your cause and begged Father to grant you patronage. And he duly listened, because for all his wisdom, he has never been able to say no to my dear half-brother, the legacy of my father's sole indiscretion. Mother hated him, of course. Even on her deathbed, she refused to acknowledge him. And, to be honest, she was not alone in her feelings. But that is not the worst of it. At Camp Riversmeet, when we came upon the wounded knight, I knew immediately that one of us would have to pursue the heretics alone. An onerous task fraught with danger. And there you were, a savior of Eorzea, and honored guest of House Fortombe. New comrade in arms, and Haurchefant's dear friend. I told myself it was to be a test, but part of me hoped that you would fail. Yet you accepted the task without a word of protest, nor any sign of fear. And you duly tracked the enemy down, faced him alone, and lived to tell the tale. Somehow, I should not have survived that encounter. Plainly, Haurchefant had the right of it all along. That I doubted your strength bespeaks mine own weakness. But I will not doubt you again, Mistress Whisper. On that, you have my word. I bow to you also, kind sir. You seem pretty okay. Goodbye. He seems all right now. I wasn't sure about him at the beginning. And now we have the trust of House Forton. Ah, Mistress Whisper, my lord the Count much desires to speak with you regarding your time with Lord I'll get it someday. Toril. Toril? Lord Toril. It's better than toilet. With Lord Toril and Lord Emmy. If you would remain here a moment. How are you enjoying Heavensward so far? My favorite characters are Lord Toilet, Lord Haurchefant, and yeah, they're really good.
The hero returns. I cannot thank you enough for saving young Imanolane's life. He told me everything.
Imanolane. Okay, Imanolane. Lane. Imanolane. Man in a lane. Imanolane. Got it. Count Dripula. Is that canon? Everyone keeps coming in and calling me Count Dripula. Where does that even come from? He does look like Dracula. He's like a discount Dracula. Asmund called him that. Look at the drip. Wait, what is the drip referring to? The mustache? Like the drips under his nose kind of thing? I don't know the meaning of the word drip. I thought maybe it was a cool human word that meant like, oh, look at my drips, as in like, look at my shoes or something, you know, like, oh, that's some nice drips he's wearing. I don't know human slang. His clothes, his style, his drip. Is that what it means? Like, whoa. So if someone had a good sense of style, would you say, oh, bro, he's dripping? Because that sounds kind of rude. He does have a sense of style. I mean, he's even rocking the old wizened walking cane there. We love to see it. Today has been so educational. I've learnt so many things, such as the meaning of drip. Doth I have drip? Am I drippeth? I don't know. Sorry, sir.
I've also received letters from both House Zamail and Durandare praising your conduct, and that of House Forton. You've won us much honor, my friend.
I wonder who Haurchefant's mum is then. Has yet to be revealed.
My lord!
What is it? Speak.
Pray forgive the intrusion, my lord, but I bring grave tidings.
Uh-oh.
Master Alphino and Mistress Tataru have been detained on suspicion of fomenting heresy.
What?
What? Explain.
They were observed entering a tavern in the lower levels on some half-dozen occasions. There, it is claimed, they made a number of inquiries.
Oh dear.
Inquiries which brought them into contact with certain elements. 'Twas this which prompted a Knight of the Heavensward to demand that they be questioned. Sir Grinno, my lord.
Sir Grinno is a brute. An exceedingly accomplished brute, but a brute nonetheless. Alas, he is also a son of House Zamail.
Ah. Well, they respect me now, right?
How quickly we forget the petty nature of men. I'd wager your friends are no more than pawns in another of my countrymen's games. Such is the way of things between the high houses.
Yeah. I'm also starting to think that letting Tataru have a drink was a mistake. She's only like yay high, so like a sixth of a cider and she'd be down. Accidentally starting revolution, are we? I do it all the time. Though you have won the hearts and minds of many of my countrymen, there are those who will not be swayed. Men who will dismiss your efforts and resent your successes. Take two. I haven't been drinking, I swear. There's not Tatteroo mead in there. Only great magical orange healing potion. The best. Though you have won the hearts and minds of many of my countrymen, there are those who will never be swayed. Men who will dismiss your efforts and resent your successes, even as we celebrate them. 'Tis like that one such member of House Amael is manipulating Sir Grinno. For he is not a man to dabble in politics of his own volition. He may genuinely believe your friends to be guilty, though I'm quite certain his masters know better. Lo, at this moment her mouse doth run out of battery. Swiftly did she plug in the charging cord, hoping that it would not ruin the immersion of her watching patrons. Thank you, mouse. You have returned. Thank you. Yet the truth will avail us naught if we cannot prove their innocence. You would do well to speak with Sir Emmerich at the congregation of our knights most heavenly. He will know more about these charges. Yes! I was about to say, where has Sir Emmerich been? Where are they hiding away Sir Emmerich from me? Also, I hope the first theme with him has voice acting, because I have missed his voice. He's got like a bit of a husk thing going on. It's great. I can't remember it. He's just got a slight yumminess to his voice, which we very much appreciate in this stream. Oh my gosh. As soon as I say the words Emmerich, chat goes, Emmerich! Oh, Lord Emmerich! Sign my boob! Oh, Lord Emmerich! I want your babies! Guys, shocking behavior. Control yourselves, please! This is a family-rated... No, it's not a family-rated stream. For obvious reasons. I can't control myself. There's hot elf men around. What am I to do in these circumstances? It's not my fault, I tell you. Square Enix, please. Have mercy on my soul. My poor, battered, dark husk of a soul. It will never be the same. Where am I going? Somewhere. Down this way. Emmerich is top 5. Final Fantasy XIV has Bando. Not number 1. No, not number 1! I would ask who was better than Emmerich, but there's still many expansions that await me. And I don't want to be spoiled, so... I'll wait. Tatteroo, number 1 waifu, though. I think we can all agree. Obviously. Although Moonbreed is dead now, so... Moonbreeder can't even compete, because... Well, she's dead, you know? Kind of gets a bit awkward at that point. Non-breeder, I know. I didn't expect her to die because her voice acting was so good. And she was such a strong character that I thought, oh yeah, she's gonna be with us like well into Heavensward. Like, this is gonna be a major character. And then they just killed her. Why? Why?
Oh my god, Nordenheim redeeming Valley Girl? How dare you? Welcome to Ishguard. Am I supposed to be going this way? If anyone hasn't met Valley Girl, hi. Oh my god, Valley Girl, just as we go in to see Sir Emmerich. Oh my god, Sir Emmerich, you're my favorite. Sign my boob. I love you. Oh my god, look at him. It's been so long since we saw each other last. I think of you in my dreams. Seriously, I do. Look at his armor. Guy keeps it polished. Man knows how to polish his sword, you know? Juicy.
I can't! What have you done?
I'm gonna talk to him. Should I talk to him? Oh no, you talk to him first. Wait. Let me get up real close. Let me like invade his personal space. Oh my god, I'm inside of him. Dreams. Hi. You're so tall. You could like crush me beneath your staunch fingers. Look at his disapproving gaze. And the more he hates me, the more I like him. Juicy. Oh my god, is he gonna talk? Wow. Oh no. Now we have a problem. You see, when we're in Valley Girl mode, all of the NPCs have to be voiced as Valley Girl. So, Emmerich, we're doing you a disservice. I'd like you all to know that Emmerich has like the sexiest, huskiest voice ever. But now he's from the Valley. From the Ishguardian Valley. Oh my god, it's been too long, Astariel. Would that this visit came under happier circumstances. You are come to plead for Master Alfie and Mistress Tataru, I take it? My immersion. Word of their detainment reached us while I was delivering my report on the Vanu Primal. Truly, I knew not which is more ludicrous, these charges or that flying feathered whale. That Sir Grinald's accusations are baseless, I have no doubt. Refuting them will be difficult, however, as he is a knight of the Heavensward. Oh my god, get it? Like Heavensward? Lol. Wow, I'm so clever. I speak of the personal guard of the Archbishop. The 12 finest knights in all of Ishguard, sworn to serve his eminence alone. Suffice to say, their testimony is unimpeachable, and I have not the authority to challenge their actions. After all the Scions have done, rooting the heretics and defeating Shiva, helping us defend the steps of faith and drive back the Dravanian horde, after proving themselves true allies on countless occasions, is there naught we can do? Bitch, I'm not just gonna stand here. I fear there is but one path left to us. We must demand a trial by combat. Oh my god, but of course, it's such a good idea. In a trial by combat sanctioned by the Inquisition, the victor's claim is judged true regardless of the petitioner's standing. Under Ishguardian law, a trial by combat pits the accuser against the accused. In this instance, Master Alfie and Mistress Tataru would be expected to face Sir Grinno and a second of his choosing. Another knight of the Heavensward, most like. It's like Legally Blonde or something. I watched that movie. So now I know what to do. The law is always there. Two of them? By the Fury, that can hardly be considered fair. Master Alfie's magical talents will not have gone unnoticed, meaning that he will have no choice but to participate. Mistress Tataru, on the other hand, is quite obviously bereft of martial skill, and should be afforded to, name a champion to fight in her stead. Lest you doubt, I am ready and willing to serve in this capacity. Oh yes, serve me, my lord, as I am sure is Lord Haurchefant. But all here present know that you are the most accomplished warrior among us, and mayhap in this realm at large. Oh my god, I would pay good money to see Sir Emmerich do the bend and snap. Can you imagine? You drop your greatsword. Oh no, I drop my greatsword. And then lean down, bend, and snap, and let your hair fly in the wind, the Ishguardian snow wind. That's how you do it. He's saying I'm like the best fighter ever. Then it is settled. I will visit Master Alfie at once and inform him of our intentions. Astariel, meet me at the tribunal when you have made ready. Until then, my friend, see ya, bitch. Bye. Oh my god, thank god that's over. Emmerich, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is a serious playthrough, Emmerich. It's a very serious playthrough. The trial will be held at the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine. That's a very long name. Like your... I will be in attendance. I swear this isn't alcohol. I swear.
I will be in attendance, as will many others with a vested interest in the outcome. Stint not in your preparations, my friend. The Knights of Heavensward will continue to provide a stern test for one such as you.
Okay, I see you there. You look really nice today, by the way. I like your body, face thing. It's very nice. Bye. Bye.
Well, I can't believe Nord just did that and then is like, I'ma head out. Night, everyone. God damn it, Nord. Have a good one. Sweet dreams, Nord. Thank you for bestowing us with Valley Girl. We were blessed. Indeed. Can the snap include the beheading of some enemy at the same time?
Of course, it's just efficient, you know?
Another girl streamer thirsting for Emmerich. That's how many now? Infinity? I mean, if the men had any sense, they'd be thirsting for him too. But yeah, I didn't start it, chat did. I'm just kind of rolling with it now. They begun it. Literally the first time Emmerich's name was mentioned in the storyline. I hadn't even met him yet. That chat was already like, oh, he's the best. I love Emmerich. So there you go. Can't help but thirst. Women want him. Men want to be him. Oh, yes. I, for one, would swing for Baemric. He's on the gay list. Yeah. Hey, Falcon! Listen carefully, Astariel. When the trial begins, the petitioner will be asked to restate his charges, and the accused invited to respond. Then, in accordance with the law, they'll be asked to restate their request for a trial by combat. Also, hi, Ali. Once the High Adjudicator acknowledges Mistress Tataru's right to name a champion, that is when you must make an entrance. Oh, I cannot wait to see the look on Sir Grino's face when he sees his true opponent. It will be priceless. More seriously, should you begin to lose heart, look to me in the stands, and I shall cheer so loud you will wonder how you ever contrived to doubt yourself. Now, are you ready? Yes. No, not ready. Not ready. Not looking good for these two.
We are gathered here today under the watchful gaze of the Fury to ascertain the guilt of 2 souls in a trial by combat. Petitioners, step forward.
I thought he was going to do like the marriage sermon then. They are gathered here today to witness the joining of Elfenor and Tataru in holy matrimony. Marriage is about giving and taking and taking and giving and giving and taking.
Sir Grino, for the benefit of all here present, I would ask you to repeat the charges which you have leveled against this man and this woman.
I, Sir Grino de Zemile, brother of the Heavensward, did bear witness to these 2 foreigners consorting with heretics.
What is this voice? I love it. He
Let the
does sound
accused
like
step
Sir
forward.
Gross is full of shit. It's a very British voice. I don't even know what that accent is. He's very angry.
Alfino Tataru Taru.
I need to stop looking at chat
You have
during
heard
these
the charges
cutscenes.
leveled against you.
I look at chat for 1 second, you're all making fun of the characters and like making up nicknames for them, and then I can't concentrate. This is a serious matter. They could be condemned to prison or worse, death. Who knows? Be serious.
Will you take up arms to refute Sir Grino's claim and thereby prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men?
I, Alfino Leveilleur, am innocent of this charge and claim my right to trial by combat.
I, Tataru Taru, am innocent of this charge.
Her last name is Taru? So she's literally Tataru Taru? That's adorable.
But I am no warrior and cannot fight. So, I claim the right to name a champion.
And who do you claim, Tattery?
To the old and the infirm, the young and the weak, this right we allow. Very well. Who will stand for this woman?
I will fight for the tiny falafel.
Yeah.
They're all shaking in their boots now.
Just as I was beginning to doubt the efficacy of the Ishguardian justice system. Come, my friend. Let us put an end to this mummer's farce.
Indeed. They're agreeing about very official things. Yes, indeed.
To the old, the infirm, or the potato-legged, we do grant these rights.
Oh. This reminds me of Dragon Age and the dwarven pit fighting scene.
O Halone, render unto us your judgment. Raise up the righteous and cast down the wicked.
Yeah, I've not seen Alfie fight properly in a cutscene. Is that a book? Is he a cleric of some kind? He's gonna heal us. I am ready. Okay. Don't you dare hit Alfie. I will fight you.
I have my pride.
Do you, Alfie? Do you? I want to cast my spell! Crazy. Ah! Alphino's in trouble. Ah, steel chain. Do I touch it? I don't. It has a health bar. There we go. I couldn't click it. Alfie, hang on. Alfie, wait. I think I've targeted it. Give me 10 minutes, Alfie. Just don't die. I'll be there soon. There we go. That's the problem with Black Mage. When there's something that needs to be done really quickly, it's so hard to attack quick.
I've got you now.
No, you ain't.
Down with you!
Take that. Woo! The hell is this? Okay, he's dead. Good. I don't know if this was a to the death kind of deal, or whether we just knocked him out, but he deserves to die.
Just AoE them all. Yes. They shall all burn in my righteous fire.
Hells take you!
Oh. Ow. You're annoying. Come on. Down you go. Come on. At least Alfie's healing me.
This isn't funny.
Gotcha.
I mean, we won!
The Fury has spoken. Alphino Lavalier, Tatarutaru, you are hereby acquitted of all charges. Blessed are we who receive of her wisdom and see justice wrought by her divine hand. Petitioners accused, go forth in peace.
Seems like a very corrupt justice system. Did not like that. Did not like that.
I love as he died, he was like, this isn't funny.
Was anyone laughing at him dying? I don't think so.
Delivered from an untimely demise yet again. My thanks, as always.
You're welcome.
Might makes me right. This rose has thorns, and here they are. Hi, Sass. Welcome on in. I saw Bran saying, has this gone free to play yet? Technically, like, the trial is up to level 60, including the critically acclaimed expansion Heavensward. Yeah. I only know that because I remember the Final Fantasy meme. But I've been paying this entire time because I bought the game back when it came out. And then because I already had an account, I wasn't eligible for free to play. Technically, thinking about it now, I should have just made a new account because I ended up making a new character anyway. So I may as well have just created an account, but oh well, they got me. I'm a sucker. By the Fury, what a splendid victory. To see how you strove in the face of adversity. Two brave young souls bound together by the potent bonds of camaraderie. Why, it stirred me to the very depths of my soul. Having been treated to such a rousing spectacle, it seems only right that I present to you with a humble token of mine admiration. Pray, receive of me this chocobo whistle. Black chocobo? Is he getting visible black chocobo? With it, you may summon the Black Chocobo, fully trained and ready to fly. Yay! I was wondering where we got that from. Oh, he's lovely. What are we going to call him? We already have second breakfast, the Chocobo. Hello! Magnificent, is she not? Strong yet sleek, elegant yet eager. What say you, Astariel? Will you take her for your steed?
Who could refuse such an offer? Hello. Welcome to the crew.
Ah, Lord Haurchefant, chocobos are prohibited in the Supreme Sacred Tribunal of Hellenic Inquisitory Doctrine. Your steed must remain outside.
Queer. Queer.
Does he have a name, Haurchefant? Hey. Keep in theme with second breakfast. Just call him blood sausage. It needs to be a Lord of the Rings pun. Can anyone think of a Lord of the Rings pun involving Quay? It's very difficult, but if anyone thinks of one, you will receive eternal life on me. You've obtained a black chocobo. When riding this mount, you will have the ability to fly, provided certain conditions have been met. Oh, so I have to use the black chocobo to fly here? To fly in a given region, you must first attune to all of the local aether currents. I have to touch the crystals? Fuck! It's fine. In order to attune to some aether currents, you will need to complete certain quests. However, most can be discovered via exploration. To aid you in this endeavor, you've also obtained an aether compass, which will provide you with both the bearing and the distance to the nearest aether current upon use. Okay, it's different. Aether current's different from crystals. The aether compass can be found under Collection in the Duty section of the main menu. To review your progress, select Travel from the main menu, followed by Aether Currents. Okay. so many menus. You have added an item of interest to your collection. Other such secrets can be found in your adventurer's pouch and will be stored here. Okay. Sure. I definitely know where the thing I just picked up went. Collection. Thing. So much stuff. Adventurer plate. I haven't messed around with this yet, but there's my plate. And key items. Haha! Apparently I do not possess a key item though. I can't see it. Didn't know elves could swear. Oh, we invented swearing. We were swearing before your people even existed. They moved it to collections. Oh, there we go. The compass does not detect any nearby currents. Okay, so I go to an area and I kind of mess around and see if we can find anything. I'm assuming the next part of the quest will also ask us to attune to aether currents. Put it on your hotbar. I'm probably gonna need it. Lord Haurchefant thinks you could do with a well-deserved rest. I really could, Hottie. Black chocobos are all well and good, but the true reward for your efforts is the exoneration of your comrades. They shall be released upon the completion of certain minor formalities, which I mean to see to personally. In the meantime, pray return to Fortemps Manor. I'm always going to call it Fortemps. Fortemps. Get back to Fortemps Manor. Fortemps Manor. The Count has done so already, and will doubtless be eager to discuss the day's events. Back we go. Hello. Oh, sorry. Wrong hot elf. Thank you. Daddy elf, what's going on? Helon smiles on us yet again, Mistress Whisper, guiding you to victory and setting your comrades free. I confess I did fear for your safety, which is not to say I doubted your prowess, you understand. I merely knew the strength of your opponents. You do have a habit of exceeding my expectations. Besting two of Heavensward while the city's elite looked on you? By the Fury, anyone who hasn't been paying attention to you will surely do so from now on. Oh, who's there? Knock knock. My lord! Oh, him again. Poor suffering steward. I've just received a message from the vault. His Eminence the Archbishop requests the presence of Mistress Whisper. An invitation from the Archbishop? What an honor. A personal summons is indeed a great honor, and given recent events, you'd be wise not to delay. Go, Mistress Whisper. We shall speak anon. A priest will be waiting for you outside the vault. Identify yourself to him, and he will escort you inside. Still think he's a devil worshipper or something. I'm not trustful of priesthoods in games, because priesthoods in games are usually up to some dodgy stuff. Like, normally, they're involved in something fishy and they bought off, like, half of the nobles. And are very, very, very corrupt. I've got to go see the Archbishop, right? Like, it'll be rude to end stream and not have seen the Archbishop. I would just be rude after a formal summoning, you know? I've got to go. And I'm a bit suspicious because I did see in the quest thumbnail, he looks like the suspicious, like, evil bosses that we fought with the long beards. And the creepy Titan guy. Who wasn't Titan, because they don't call them Titans in this game. But, yeah, I don't trust them. Hello, sir. None may enter. I have permission. Oh, hello. We'd wanted to receive you, Mistress Whisper. This way, please. I shall follow. Yeah, Ramu! Who look like, Evil Father Christmas. That's what they all look like. I wonder if he will have voice acting.
You've been expecting me.
Oh, wow. Everyone's here. Who's the guy in white? Hello. Hello.
Your Eminence, it is my honor to present to you the Warrior of Light.
I have heard the tales of your many grand endeavors. The Lord Commander has also been most effusive in his praise. I am Thordan VII, Archbishop of the Ishguardian Orthodox Church.
Very
and
well.
I bade you come here that I might offer my personal apologies.
So their gods, like when they talk to their gods actually answer back, and like they're a very real presence in this world that are constantly there. So I wonder, like, we've been hearing in this region like the name of their god or whatever, but I wonder if they actually are helped by them regularly.
You will forgive me for not calling upon you as courtesy would dictate. But, as you can see, my more sprightly days are long behind me. But I digress. Your companions were wrongly accused of heresy and subjected to gross indignities. This, I am sorry to say, was the result of negligence on the part of our nation's
Shocking.
protectors. Negligence born of an excess of zeal. Is that not so, Sir Zephyrin?
Sir Zephyrin. Zephyrin! Is this a mysterious white-armored knight that I'm seeing?
Yes, Your Eminence. Regrettably, it would appear that we of the Heavensward were in receipt of erroneous information.
Can we... Squarenix, please. Stop introducing hot armored elf boys. What is an elf supposed to do with herself? Oh my.
Sir Grinno has ever been headstrong. He pressed charges before the truth had been ascertained, for which I most sincerely apologize.
He's like a reskin of Sir Emmerich. He's like, you know, you get like the light side and the dark side Pokemon. He's the light side version. Ah! How dare you? How dare?
An unfortunate misunderstanding born of an earnest desire to serve Ishguard, but one which should never have occurred. For who could doubt the character of those who bested Shiva and drove the Horde from the steps of faith? Not I. That much is certain.
Not all believe the tales, though.
That will be all, Sir Zephyrin. I would speak with our guest in private.
Your Eminence,
You disappointed beard man. Oof.
As you wish, Your Eminence. That will be all for today.
What noble house do you represent, I wonder? He is of the Knight's Order, though, I suppose. So he might not be from a noble house himself, but he runs the order. The Heavensward.
Privacy is a luxury rarely afforded one in my position. Now tell me, young lady, what do you know of the Scions?
Oh, the Scions. Minfilia would blabber on about them for a very long time.
Much and more, I shouldn't wonder. Being the bringer of light. You should know that I myself have met with them, have entertained them as guests, even.
And lo cometh the flashback.
Those harbingers of chaos and strife offered us power that we might continue our war against the dragons.
So you were aware they were evil? Even if you weren't aware they were evil, if someone steps into your courtroom looking like this, in this getup, it's quite obvious. I'm not giving you a free pass.
I have no intention of aiding their cause, of course. Nor less of being their puppet. Yet, were I to refuse them outright,
Haha,
I
baguette.
should learn naught of their true objectives and remain powerless to stop them. Thus have I hearkened to their words with interest and paid lip service to their beliefs, biding my time and preparing for the inevitable conflict. And why do I tell you this? Because there is naught in this world they fear more than the power of the Warrior of Light. If we are to rid ourselves of these vile interlopers, we must needs work together. With our combined strength, I have faith that we can wrest Eorzea from their grasp and pave the way for a lasting peace. Think on it.
You seem actually okay. For now. Interesting. I wondered when the Scions were going to come back into the story a bit more. Because we sort of left that final cutscene of a certain someone whose milkshake bringeth all manner of folks to the yard. Directly talking to an Scion. And I was like, wait, what? He's evil? So I don't know what's going on with him at the moment. I have no idea. Maybe he's a double agent. Maybe that's what's going on. Like, they think that he's working for them, but he's actually working for us, and it's a whole thing. I hope so, because I do miss Urianger. I miss his extended voice lines. He is glorious. This place. I'm gonna need to have a long wander around here and look at everything, but the environment's really stepped up from Realm Reborn as well. You can tell. Pretty much everything is a step up. The way the story is constructed doesn't feel quite as fetchy, and the voice acting is so much better. So much better.